Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And, 1 second, sorry. There we go. So I had to reboot my computer because it was getting a little laggy and there was an update and all that stuff. And I was on Camelot show, which I wasn't fully anticipating. And I never expect it to go as long as it does. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. All right, guys, we're here. To talk about Minnesota, to talk about government, to talk about ICE, to talk about Jon Stewart. Who is a fucking idiot. NASCAR Kelly, I did change jackets. Yes, I did change jackets. You know, 2 different events, 2 different jackets. It is 1,000 degrees in my office tonight, so that's nice. That's good. I like how that's working out. Hold on, I'm just getting everything set up here from resetting my computer, and then we will get into this. ICE came to my town. ICE came to my town today, and they actually arrested someone. So I wanted to go through that a little bit, and, we'll watch the video. We'll talk about it some, and then there's not a lot to it. There's not a lot to it, but we should talk about this stuff because I think people misunderstand the role of ICE, the role of government, how to properly engage them or not engage them, how to frame your mind around it. Like I said, all of this comes under the pretext. I hate the government with a fiery passion. Like, I hate all of it. I hate all of them. I love Trump because he's funny. I hate Trump because he sits in authority over me, my life, my decisions, my money, like all of those things. Not directly, obviously, and there's different levels of it. But just conceptually, the idea of a president is not one that I prefer. I prefer me to be my own president, right? But preferences are not policy, and preferences are not policy, and preferences are not good government and not good society always. But how we frame things changes how we approach problems, how we approach solutions, more importantly. And so I want to talk with you guys about that. Very philosophical, heady intellectualism. And that's where, of course, we are going to make fun of Jon Stewart. We've got a Cecil raid coming in hot on Rumble. Thank you. Welcome to everybody. There will be, a mix of law and animosity here on the stream. And we're gonna go through it. I've got several things lined up. I've also got some. I don't know how much. You never know how much people actually care about any of these issues. A lot of people seem to be watching this issue here, and so obviously that's a big incentive for me to keep talking about it. And so but I'm not the only place to talk about this stuff, obviously. And so maybe I figured you guys could take up some reading. I'll show you some of the stuff that I read and talk about it, of course, and why I think it's important and why it's helpful, and help kind of frame what's being said, but also to give you guys resources on how, where you can follow some astute discussion on these issues, because I do think they're really, really important in ways that, news about the government and all that stuff isn't always so. Oh, I just switched on the dual streaming. So YouTube has this new feature, which is really cool. And I'm still learning how to best implement it on my end, which is just, I'll explain in a second. But it allows you to stream in, widescreen for fat people or in portrait mode for skinnies. And the way it does it, it just literally cuts out the center third of the screen, and that's the portrait mode, which means that in the near future, I'll be rearranging some things on the screen so that when I'm watching a video and stuff, that it is picked up both ways, because we like things that go both ways, I think. So that's coming. But just know the reason I bring that up is to know that I am aware that sometimes the video will get cut off on the portrait mode. I apologize for that, but I'm working on a fix for it, or for compensating for that. Okay, let me get it is so fucking hot in this office. I'm going to die, but we are going to die happy and with you guys. So that'll be okay. I hope you guys are having a phenomenal week, or start of the week. I mean, it's still early on. Things have been good around the Ricada household. Life is, life is going through all of the stuff, but it's going well. And kids are good, family's good, and that's nice. It's nice when things are going the way they're supposed to. But I know some of you guys ask me about that with some regularity, so I just wanted to say, hey, it is things are going really well right now. We're very busy. School year has kicked back up. Our kids are in tons of activities, and that means tons of running around. I know, like I bitch often about the driving and the amount of it, and bitch about it because you have to, like, it has to be done. It's not like I don't want the stuff to happen. It's just like, I don't want to go to the grocery store, but I want to have groceries. And that's just how life is sometimes. So, but, my kids are amazing, and their activities always produce such a, phenomenal results. If it's piano concerts or choir concerts or speech or, the sports that they do, all of that stuff is great. But my God, do I have to drive a lot for it? But that comes to the territory, Okay. I think we've got things mostly set up here. I'm so close. I got just a couple window tweaks, and we are there. Sorry for that. Last second computer restarts really, really make stream, like, that's probably one of the most annoying things about to deal with streaming, like, which isn't that much, but it is. Like, I just want to do a show. Like, can we do that? Speaking of that, Nathan Danner says, so new plot twist in My Sister's Murder. And this story is fucking unreal. Unreal. I should use this feature more. New plot. Should I do this more, guys? Does this make you happy when I bring up the super chats on the screen? Some people do this. I don't know. I'll try and mess around with it. I never remember to. So, new plot twist in My Sister's Murder. Apparently, her husband, who committed the murder, is alleged to have stolen gold from his mother long before he also killed her. The police thoroughly searched the house. No gold. Where's the gold? Like, this isn't like I don't mean to cheapen anything. This isn't one of those, like, old mysteries, like buried gold, like Curly, City Slickers 2 or whatever. Or the more obvious one. Did you inventory that gold that we found? What gold? Onyx Shadow 494 is a new member. Thank you, Onyx Shadow, for joining up here on YouTube. And Again, guys, we do endorse sharing your membership, sharing your member with the chat. And thank you for joining Onyx Shadow. I'll get the membership counter up in just a second. Summarize 19 says, Nick, can't stay, need to sleep, will watch later. And I will forgive you for leaving, but thank you for letting us know you were here. Aaron Troyer says, Leighton Gay, welcome to your show. Yes. And I am deeply closeted. No, sorry for being late. No, my friend Camelot was streaming. He had asked me to talk about the Minneapolis issue, which I've been, talking a lot lately. And he asked me to do it on his show. And I had I wanted to make sure I got the opportunity to do that for a little bit, because I think he's got like some vacation time coming up. So, but thank you. I am here.
If a person with proportionate dwarfism has a just under 3-inch schlong, is it still considered a micropene?
Do you think you get to have an excuse? You think you get to have an excuse for micropene? Yes, it's still the same thing. Oh, well, if it's tiny, does it still count? Yeah. Come on now.
Wife and I just closed on our first house, but we also just lost our first pregnancy. Life is micropene sometimes. Thank you for being a welcome distraction from the stressors of life. Sorry for gay.
It's okay. You'll be forgiven with typically. But no, man, that sucks. Again, I won't rehash the story, but let's just say Lady Raggets and I had early in our marriage our share of miscarriages, and there is nothing good about them. Nothing good about them at all. And that's brutal, brother. So, spend time together. Remember that it's, men and women experience pregnancy very differently. It's much harder for us to push a baby out through our pee hole than theirs. And so like it is a different experience, but jokes aside, experiencing it differently doesn't mean experiencing it at different depths when you're partners, right? Like the depths that one is in is the depths the other is in. And you share camaraderie not only in your economics and your losses and your triumphs and all of that stuff, but in these experiences, and you're there with each other for a reason, and make sure to lean into that, like it's an oncoming car. Lean into it. Take your time and heal, and then move on with your goals, and never forget the experience, and because even that in light of the pain is a bit of a gift and a bit of a joy, not now, but later. So, but many blessings to you as you guys, if you continue to try and stuff like that, and hopefully you'll have some success soon. Russell Hall says, I was going to ask if you had another one of those jackets without cum stains, but I don't think they make that jacket without cum stains. No, like they don't. They make you put them on in the shop that I go to right at the beginning. Russell Hall says, one good thing about miscarriages is you could stop throwing her down the stairs. There are positives everywhere, I guess. Trucker Smart, welcome to Lawyer Status. Thank you for joining up on that. And final, oh my God, this is embarrassing. I can't even, I wrote post here. Cannot even spell. Wait a minute. No, get this comment off the screen. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Let's see. Yes, I do know about Scott Adam dying. I'm not too familiar with Scott Adam in general. Like, I know who he is. I'm familiar generally with his presence and his political leanings and stuff like that. But I didn't read Scott Adams or anything like, and some of the stuff I saw from him, I said, well, that sounds dumb. And other stuff I'd see from him go, well, that's smart. So it sounds like he's like a person or whatever. But I know many people are feeling the sting of his loss. And to those people, I offer my encouragement for that, because that's what they're looking for right now. Like, that's the thing. They're like, I don't know what to do. Scott's gone. I need encouragement from Nick Rekieta. And so that's what they have now gotten. All right. Let me pull up my little show prep list here, because I have one of those. I don't know why. Chris V. Clements. Does Trump have the power to withhold funding from states with sanctuary cities? Sounds like a good plan, but wondering if he has that authority. It depends. It depends. It depends on the source of the funding, which we could talk about that a little bit in a different context. The Congress people who have been kept out of ICE reviews or out of ICE facilities under the alleged purpose of conducting a review because of the funding that Congress provides to ICE, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They won in court and said that they were to have immediate access to the facility. Well, turns out that's not quite what it said. And the Trump administration has, I think through Kristi Noem, has suggested not to allow these Congress people in because the source of the funding is not the general budget, but rather the big, beautiful bill, and it doesn't contain the same statutory authority for congressional review that was baked into the other bill. And that raises an interesting question. Does Congress have inherent authority to inspect facilities, even though those may be implicated in federal policy or federal executive policy? Do they have inherent authority, or is there authority to review and visit and tour these facilities? Is that derived from inside inherently or through statute? And currently the position of the administration is that it is statutory. And I think that is an adequate way to look at this question as well. It's really going to depend on where that money comes from and what the authority of the president is as the executive in spending that money. Congress authorizes the raising of money and the spending of it, but the execution of how that money is spent is done, can be done more generally or more specifically based on the statute. Stupid April says no experiences pain incorrectly. Oh, I think no one experiences pain incorrectly. Stupid April left off the one. No, I'm just kidding. No one experiences pain incorrectly. Also, it's not a micro peen to a micro V. No, hey, no, we're not allowing that kind of talk. Oh my God. Okay. I have a bunch of stories here. Let's see. A lot of these are from Twitter. Let's start with ICE in my hometown. I think this is a good place to begin. So this is go away. So this is Wilmer, Minnesota. This is minutes away. I'm actually really mad about this. I'm really mad about this because I was out at this time. I wasn't, this is downtown, which downtown Wilmer doesn't look like much of anything, but this was downtown, and I was out with Lady Rackets, and I said, it's funny. I should go. I was making a joke because I really didn't want to, and I don't tend to do this, but I was like, I should go video the ICE protests in town. Now, I assumed that there wouldn't really be much protest around here. I'm not I wasn't overly aware of ICE in the area. We do have significant immigrant and unlawful immigrant issues here in town. We do have that, but I didn't think that it had matriculated out to us, right? Most of the focus has been on the Twin Cities and other larger metropolitan areas. I live near a very small town. Wilmer is only 15,000 people or so. 450,000 when you consider the illegal Somali population. That's a joke. But no, it's about 15,000 people. It's not a huge community. And so I didn't think they were out here. I was making a joke about going to visit, and now I'm mad I didn't, because I could have filmed someone being arrested. But someone on Twitter has us covered, of course. And we're going to watch that, because it's always interesting to watch how this is handled. And, I've got some critiques. We're going to talk about them as we go. Chris V. Clements sent a gifted membership on YouTube. Thank you so much, Chris, for that. There we go. We got a gifted membership, which brings us to 3 members so far on YouTube. I hope you guys who did catch the members only show last night, Sunday night, really, I hope you really enjoyed it. We seem to have a good time, but I shouldn't say I always have a good time. I tend to have a good time, whether you guys do or not. Arctic Shay says, I reported mass safety / ADA compliance concerns on a public college. 3 weeks after working on the issues, I was terminated and expelled. Recommendation. Well, I am still suspended, as my subtitle suggests, and as a still suspended attorney, I can merely suggest that you should speak to an employment lawyer in your state. I would look for one with experience with wrongful termination, and I would look for one with experience taking on corporations specifically. I mean, this is a public college, so taking on quasi-government entities and, the school itself. See if they've got a history of going after that school and how that has gone for them. You want people with experience in that field. If you're going to go after big institutions or governments, make sure you've got people who are experienced in doing so, because you don't want to miss anything very critical there. Just pooping 16, which makes me very uncomfortable. Says, Nick, you look like Frank Vitali, but gay. Love you. Thank you, I think, for that. I really appreciate that. Here is Artrix Shay's chat. I appreciate that as well. We just covered that. Fletcher Boy sent in a chat, says, Leighton gay, and I have the right to inspect Congresswoman Boebert biblically. I will represent you on that. I believe that should, that your right to do so should be explored to its fullest. Okay, so this is the ICE arrest in Minnesota. Let's see what we got here. This is from Black Rebel on Twitter, which is real Black Rebel, not a fake one. I don't know who this guy is. But he says, a young Somali woman screams for help as ICE takes her in downtown Wilmer, Minnesota. She turned down $3,000 and a free plane ticket. Now she's getting the deluxe government escort instead. And this is something I've been out of touch for a little while. I'm getting back into it, but I wasn't aware of this until the other day when I was traveling, that there are offers to self-deport from the United States, and they give you a plane ticket and $3,000 a person, and maybe it might even be more now. And I was thinking about this, and I was like, I have 5 children and a wife. Like, we could self-deport and get a nice little thing, but I don't know where they'd send us. I don't think it applies here. It's like, where's my free plane ticket and $3,000 to go somewhere out of Minnesota? Deport me out of Minnesota, please. Here we go. I fucking hate, straight out the gate, First of all, these jeans are embarrassing. Like, what is... You are a federal agent and you're wearing what cut of jean is this beside depressed? That said, I hate these fucking protesters straight out of the gate because the lay on the fucking horns on their cars. Oh my God. I want to be logging like Paul fucking Bunyan every time I hear the horns just... oh my God. All ICE agents should get a raise for not killing everybody based on that alone. So anyway, here we go. Here we go. So this is police ICE. They're wearing these headscarves, just like this woman that they're arresting, but different purposes. And people are out there and, all right, how do we approach this issue? Allegedly, it is a civil rights concern when law enforcement is masked. And this makes some level of sense, right? If you can't identify the authority that is arresting you, and you can't anyway, it's not like you know these guys, but like in theory, you can't. And what if you had to identify the ICE agent who hit you or punched you or shot you or whatever from like photos or a lineup and you can't see their face? That's a concern. It is a civil rights concern. And many police departments across the nation are not allowed in any way to wear these type of coverings. But we got a couple issues here. One, it's Minnesota. It's cold. And so there is a functional aspect of it, but that's not why they're wearing them. That's a side benefit to this. The real reason is because these jackasses running around accosting federal agents and, more importantly, talking tough online to their friends in bulletins and flyers, whether they mean it or not, are raising the level of apprehension around being an ICE agent in the lawful commission of their duties. And make no mistake, an ICE agent trolling around public areas looking for people suspected to be illegal immigrants is in the lawful commission of his duties within his jurisdiction so long as he is within the borders of the United States. Now, they cannot just accost anybody on the street, but the level of cause, for lack of a better word, required for the officer to justify an investigatory detention is merely reasonable suspicion that of criminal activity, or reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot. I mentioned this on Ethan Van Sciver's show the other day. This is Terry versus Davis, I believe. Terry versus Davis, which is from, I think, 1954. It's a Supreme Court case. Or Terry versus Ohio. It might be Terry versus Ohio. Terry Davis might be something funnier. It's Terry versus Ohio. Terry Davis, isn't he the guy who would run over feds? Oh, no! He's the glow monster. I mean Terry versus Ohio, not Terry Davis. Terry Davis would not have been shot by ICE. He would have successfully completed his mission of running them over. Terry versus Ohio is the Supreme Court case from 1954, which tangentially involves, I believe, if I remember right, Don King, the boxing promoter, famous for promoting Mike Tyson and his alleged racketeering activities. Terry versus Ohio allows a police officer, based on their intuition and experience and training, to conduct further investigation when they have reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot. And this is really important here, okay? This means that an officer can rely on his feelings. Now, I'm not endorsing this. I'm explaining this. He can rely on his feelings, literally his gut, and his instincts and his training and his knowledge of the area and the habits of people to conduct an investigatory stop. And that stop has to be minimally invasive, minimally restrictive, and limited temporally, which means it's got to be for a short period of time. This is like when a police officer is walking his beat and he goes around the block a couple times, and each time he's gone around the block, maybe 10, 15 minutes apart, he sees the same guy smoking a cigarette outside the side door of a bank, right? Like in downtown, there's a side door of a bank that's a security door. Typically, it's a door an employee would go into or out of, closing down the rest of the bank. It's near closing time, and he sees one guy, sitting there smoking a cigarette, and he sees like a pile of cigarettes on the ground. And he goes, wait a minute, people don't normally stand there. People don't use this as an entrance. This guy's been here for a long period of time. The closing is coming up. This is this is a bank where there's a lot of money, and he's kind of nervously pacing around. I get a bad feeling about it. All right, well, this officer now has the ability to approach this person if they have reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is going on. Maybe that's not enough alone. Maybe there's a car that keeps driving by, or a guy, like car sitting across the way with a guy in it, eating pistachios or whatever, and they're making eye contact. Maybe he notices a pile of cigarettes here and a pile of pistachio shells over at the car. Maybe there's some other linking information. Maybe they're dressed similarly. Maybe they're both from out of town. Maybe they're known rabble rousers or something. Maybe they're known that one of them has a bad relationship or a former relationship with someone who worked inside the bank, for example. And this cop happens to know it because it's a small town. These are the types of things going on. And this is a very shortened list. The list of available information to a police officer is comprehensively massive. If the police officer can make a reasonably articulable suspicion that criminal activity is going on based on those facts, he can actually go up and do a limited detention, and he can do a limited search. You'd be familiar with the concept of stop and frisk from New York. A limited frisk, basically, for his own safety. Does he have an obvious weapon in a pocket or anything? Just while he conducts a little bit more investigation. Maybe he wants to wait and see if the same car drives by again. Maybe he needs this guy detained for whatever reason. Maybe he wants to ask some questions. Maybe he wants to talk to him for about 5 minutes while the bank employee leaves, just to make sure something doesn't happen. Who knows? I've given you a bunch of examples of how like a local cop using his local knowledge and experience works. ICE agents are similarly empowered to reach the levels of reasonable suspicion to further investigate suspected crime, like maybe being in the country illegally. So long as they adhere to the typical constitutional protections and expectations of police officers, in which they cannot racially profile. Now, this gets kind of complicated with immigration issues. Just because the people that they're looking at happen to be of a particular race or ethnic background. In this case, Hispanic or Somali being heavily the heavily populated unlawful immigrant communities in Wilmer, Minnesota, for example. They cannot solely base their reasonable suspicion on race, obviously, but race is a necessary factor in immigration enforcement. It is a necessary concept. It doesn't necessarily mean it's always black people or brown people or whatever color you want to pick. Right? If you were in a Minnesota border town, for example, you might look for Canadians, or you might look specifically for Iraqi or Iranian unlawfully present persons because of Iraqi and Iranian communities up in Canada that have tried to migrate down south into the United States, both lawfully and unlawfully. Like these are things that they can gather upon their training, their experience, and their very feelings. But they have to be able to articulate those things. Once they do that, they can investigate. And that investigative stop can involve a request for documentation of some sort. And people seem to misunderstand these investigative stops don't need to meet the level of probable cause. Now, probable cause comes to affect arrest. Once they believe that it is probable that this person is in the commission of a specific crime, because they've either have evidence of it, they have witnessed it, it's a person wanted for it, whatever it is. If they're out in public, they can then, of course, arrest them just like any police officer for any crime that's going on. All right. So the thing that makes immigration enforcement a little bit different, besides the obvious issues with race being a logical component of the calculus, is that the mere presence within the United States unlawfully is in and of itself a criminal act. Once they establish that the person does not seem to have sufficient proof of their right to be in this country, arrest happens very quickly. You don't need someone to take a swing at an officer. You don't need someone to try and break into a building. You don't need some other underlying criminal offense. The mere presence of the person is the offense. And that makes some of these encounters look uncomfortable because you've seen, obviously, I would think, the comparisons to jackbooted thugs and Nazis, which, while inapt in principle, in practice, in observation, these do, to some extent, go, that person's not doing anything. They're just standing there. And the tendency of people to forget that the mere act of being in this fucking country without permission is unlawful. And ICE is specifically equipped and empowered to investigate and deal with that, which means that ICE has people who have connections within the communities to potentially identify these people. And when the problem with that is ICE has information. Maybe we don't have it. We don't know. They would allege and defend themselves that they have information that would allow them to identify someone. Once they make that positive ID, if that corroborates with the information that they have and it's credible and articulable, they make the arrest. But it looks like that person's not doing anything. So to cell phone videos and outside observers, it can look very abrupt and it can look very, it can look unjust. We don't know if it's just or not because we don't have that same data. That does not mean that we should not hold ICE accountable, not monitor and have oversight of their actions or anything like that. It just means that from our observational perspective, we're relying heavily on a government agent's narrative about what's going on. I hate that, but I don't really have much alternative. And the reasons behind it, specifically in immigration enforcement, are logical, articulable, and obvious. So I wanted to say that little preamble because I really don't like government. I really don't like government. But this is a necessary function of government. How it's done, there's variance. But the sovereignty of a nation's borders and the security of its people are the primary purpose of government. It is what we give up our rights to all these fucking politicians for. All the other shit about protecting turtles and raising raising children and doing other stuff, that's all extra. That's all fat piled on to the basic understanding that the government as a concept was created to allow a group of people, afford them more protection than they could provide themselves individually from the people around them, typically other tribes. And then that grew and built upon itself in practice and in function and in power. But that power is rooted in the idea that this is my space that I have and my stuff, and I can protect it, but we can collectively protect our stuff better. People who come here unlawfully necessarily take the stuff that government is designed to protect. When you couple in massive amounts of fraud, they take even more. They take more than the natural consequence of their presence. When you couple in a social safety net that seems to favor unlawful presence, you incentivize theft, and then you further fund theft, and you potentially allow a further defrauded theft of the stuff government is there to protect. You may hate ICE, I do. You may hate government, I do. You may hate cops, I do. But when you understand the proper function of government, we analyze legally if they're acting within their scope, within their duty, within the bounds of the Constitution, and as directed by law. I'm sorry that it looks ugly sometimes, but that's what a monopoly on violence looks like. It's fucking ugly. The alternative is you have to defend yourself, and you have to defend your stuff from everyone around you on your own. Some people are cool with that. They're like, I got a big fucking arsenal. I got my tank, got my weaponized McDonald's delivery drones of death, whatever it is. But other people aren't. Other people aren't similarly situated. Other people aren't physically capable of that protection. But they have other values that they bring to the table that we find useful. And so our government, which is us, bands together and says, we'll take the people who are good at protecting stuff, and they'll protect the people who make stuff or who talk about stuff or whatever it is. Bitches like me. Always have a healthy distrust and hatred of government, but understand its purpose and function. And when you do that, it allows you to more coldly analyze the legal aspect of it and to recognize when they're doing the right thing versus the wrong thing. And guess what? Removing people who are unlawfully here is the right thing. You may think there's a different and better way to handle immigration issues, and that's okay. There may be another right thing. We'll talk about that a little bit later with the shooting. There may be another right thing, but this is a right thing. It is their proper function. And the last thing I'm going to do while I got ICE's dick in my fucking mouth, I heard the government is paying people to be pro-ICE. Like, I'm doing this shit for free. I'm pissed off. See why I hate government? Do you see why I hate government? But the last thing to remember, or to the last point I want to make before we dive full dick into this, ICE is actually pretty damn good at what they do, and they actually have pretty good record. They have a pretty good record on how they handle people. They have a low incidence of officer-involved shootings. They have a low incidence of fatalities in detention. They have enviable numbers from other major law enforcement operations, comparatively to other major law enforcement agencies, I should say. They actually have quite successful numbers with lower incidence of violence. And to get back to it, this all spawned when I was talking to one of my family members about it. They were telling me how violent ICE was, and I was like, "What?" I mean, I've heard some bitching about, border stuff or whatever over the past several years, but I never really looked up the statistics, and we're not going to get into them so much now. I might do another show or a short video on it. I want to solidify the numbers and make sure I have the most up-to-date information. But let me just say, like, as far as ICE goes, of organizations that you would, if you're choosing to encounter them based on the risk that you will come out harmed or dead, ICE is one of the best ones to be at the hands of. We'll just put it that way. We'll put it that way. But that being said, let's watch ICE detain this Somali woman very unjustly. The injustice here obviously starts with the fucking jeans. And again, I don't know where these came from, I hope they're removed from the community. The jeans that this person's wearing.
Hey, chill the fuck out, bitch.
Yeah, chill the fuck out.
Chill the fuck out. You ain't gonna do nothing. Chill the fuck out. Hey.
So here we have the first, we have contact with the woman being arrested, which is obvious. But we do have some contact between an ICE agent and a bystander who is filming. Now, you do have a right to record law enforcement most of the time. That's not legal advice. You need to check very carefully the laws of your state and city ordinances. But typically speaking, recording a federal agent in the commission of their lawful duties, especially in public, is something that is protected and is legal. This is where people get hung up. That is doing so in a way that impedes an officer in the commission of his lawful duties is not protected. That's a criminal act because it's not about the recording. It's about the impeding. And if the recording can be done in any other way, then you are very, very far down the road of a criminal act that could result in serious charges, but definitely at least authorizes ICE to move you out of the fucking way, you peasant. Remember, these are government agents who are doing what they are commanded to do, and they will do it. And you are not like their buddy, like you may know an ICE guy or whatever, but you're not their buddy or friend in this scenario. You are in the way, and you being in the way puts them in danger, even if you're not the danger. So if you're going to record, be at a safe distance. Don't be dumb. Don't get your head smashed in by ICE.
Shut the fuck out.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this guy his hand is getting dangerously close to Chica here, who is in slightly better pants than the other ICE agent was in jeans. But, we'll see how this goes. Okay, so notice here, ICE wants to go this way. This way. That's where the guy is with the camera. And it's really cute that you got a phone with a camera on it. We all do. You need to move out of that guy's way or you're going to get clipped. And he does. He gets pushed. He gets pushed. And there's an annoying woman yelling at, hey, or whatever. You have to move out of the way. They are taking someone. They've placed them under arrest. That person is now going. They're going to go in a car or a van, and they're going to go somewhere. And there's nothing you can do in this scenario for them other than document who they are. I don't mean the ICE agent. I mean the person. Because if you want to check on them or if you want to make sure they are provided legal representation, you have to know who they are. And if you want to see if there are any records of arrests, that's all stuff you can do. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I don't give a shit what you do. But you got to get the fuck out of the way. So you can take your video, you can record the ICE agents, you can record the people. They may not want you to or whatever. They may be here illegally. You may be providing evidence of their unlawful activity. But at least that's something that you can do, but you got to get out of the way. This is not legal advice. It's obvious. I'm not your lawyer. This is a general legal concept that should be obvious to you. Nike 7 says it's complete BS that a huge portion of ICE resources are involved in the retard roundup. Trump should be helping them there. ICE resources being involved in the retard roundup, as you have laid it out, makes the most sense federally. It makes the most sense federally because ICE is in the commission of their lawful duties in looking for, investigating crimes related to illegal immigration. They are doing that. There's alleged fraud in illegal immigrant communities. There's presence of illegals that is notorious. And trust me, guys, Wilmer, Minnesota, it's not a question of if illegal immigration is happening in this town. It's holy fuck, how big is it? ICE being here, I'm surprised only because of it being this soon. They were definitely going to get here. The amount of illegal immigrant issues that they have had in this city just since I've lived here, which is my fault apparently. There are news stories with relative frequency of large raids going on. The other thing about this is our local jail is a local ICE partnered facility. So arrests made in this area of Minnesota, those people are held temporarily in the same jail where my sweat still remains. Right? Like that happens every single day. And truck after truck after truck of people come in. Just while I was there, they brought in, I believe, about 70 people related to ICE detentions that were either going, they were transfers from one county to another to there. Then they would be going to a federal facility or a federal court for their immigration issues, or they'd be going for deportation, whatever it is. That happens here in this county, in this town. So like ICE is present here already, and these issues are present here. I'm just surprised that there's a big push. But the reason I get into all that, ICE is already in the lawful commission of their duties. If Trump is to send any other federal agency into here, they're empowered to assist federal agents in the in the commission of their duties, even if that's not their normal jurisdiction. But it's easier to allow ICE to handle what ICE can already handle without needing further justification for increased deployment. ICE has the ability to be in Minnesota and anywhere else automatically. Trump doesn't have to justify much of anything in regards to sending ICE agents here for a specific operation. And the operation is happening. If he wants to send any other federal agencies in, you run into issues and questions of jurisdiction and purpose and funding and deployment that all have to be answered. And there could be very good answers for them. ICE is an easy answer. So sorry for the long response to that super chat, but I think it was, or the Rumble rant, but I think it merits saying that this makes sense to have ICE do it rather than someone else.
These mofos should have to have ID numbers on them. So if you have a grievance, you can provide that number to the agency to get justice. Oh yeah, and congrats on dodging ICE, Colombian kingpin.
They do have badge numbers. Now, they're not always easy to see, but they are required to have some level of identification. Oh, I forgot to finish this point earlier. That is balanced out by the level of threat that is going on against these. And I know we're all making fun of Brian Krasenstein because he doxed Jonathan Ross, or whoever, the Star Tribune or whoever doxed Jonathan Ross. Some lady alleged that he lived in her neighborhood very specifically. That actually may be a federal crime. We can maybe talk about that later, but they're specifically and individually targeted, and the doxing of Jonathan Ross following this incident bolsters the government's argument that these masks are critically important to the commission of their duties and the safety of the officers. And what we have is a balancing of the civil rights interests of us being able to see the officer that's arresting us, and the government itself balancing that out in some other way while protecting the safety and security and of the officers in the commission of their duties. And one way to do that is badge numbers without actual name identification on the officer. If you can get a badge number and that badge is linked to a federal database where you can procure the information at another time based on an incident report or whatever, then that is a balanced satisfaction of the legal interests in protecting civil rights versus protecting officers. Often we come to a balancing of rights when we come up to the law. Rights are easy to understand. The question is when the exercise of one right interferes, or privilege or power or whatever it is, interferes with someone else's, right? Like I have the right to free travel and I can walk anywhere I want. Everyone can understand that. Well, until you come up to a property line and that's not your property anymore. That person has a right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property without your presence on it. So how do we balance that out? And there's a lot of ways to do that. This is the same sort of concept. All right, here we go.
My nigga, it's late and I'm too old to be up late. Take my $5 as an early exit tax. Also, micro-peen for the micro-peens fighting ICE with their sniz liquor womans.
One less sniz liquor in the world.
Okay, Rack, it's time to put your literary background to the test for the ultimate grift. It's time for the ultimate romance novel, Permit to Love.
It should touch on the budding relationship between a 40-ish protesting Karen finding her rugged ICE agent bull. No micropeens allowed.
No. We're not going to do that. All right, back to this. So we do have, an ICE agent assisting the civilian in backing the fuck up. And that's a normal thing here when you are impeding their activity. ICE could actually temporarily detain this person for the purposes of conducting this other arrest. They could handcuff him, move him over. They could, put him in the back of a squad car if he continues to be disruptive. But the best way for them to handle it right now is to get him out of the way because they need this to happen. And this is what protesters know, and more importantly, the organizers who are not involved in the protests themselves, but who are like the generals sending fodder in to deal with these government agents, they know that their primary purpose is to cause delay, confusion, consternation, strife, anger, impede. Because the impediment of the commission of one duty, like this arrest taking longer, means it's less likely that the next person will be picked up. And you have to kind of get into the perverse head of someone who's like, no, I want people to unlawfully be present in this country. Look, you may want more people in this country, and that's fine and respectable or whatever, and you can advocate for how that should happen. But you should never want someone to openly violate the law. Now, we may... I'm a compassionate guy. We may recognize under certain circumstances that someone's violation of our sovereignty maybe wasn't intentional, maybe it is beneficial to us, or maybe there's some other purpose that is justifiable. This is how crime works generally. But the presumption is that your unlawful presence is unlawful. Asylum, for example, may involve unlawful presence that is then determined to be, an acceptable sort of equitable solution on a temporary manner. Now, the implementation of that isn't always perfect. I'm not saying it is, but the concept behind it can be. And we can compassionately allow people who have entered our country unlawfully to have some sort of system to either matriculate into citizenship or whatever. That can happen, but we don't have that right now in that way. And so you don't get to say it needs to be enforced in this way. This is the structure. Understanding the existing framework and structure that we have is critical to advocacy on what it should be. But you got to go through the process, just like immigration. Ketchup says, I like the glasses choice tonight. Thank you, Ketchup. I really like these. They're because you can see through them like my soul or whatever. There were a couple things that came through. I'm sorry. I've been woefully lax, and thanking Angel the Aussie, gifting 10 memberships to the chat. Angel, you are consistently amazing. Thank you so much for your support and for allowing 10 people to experience the joy of your beautiful member. And I really appreciate that. If you guys got a gift from Aussie, make sure and give her a thank you. D. What says, pin the super tips, Fig. Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot. Let me do that one real quick. Neurodivergent has pinned it over on Rumble. I'm going to pin it here on YouTube. I'm stealing your message and plagiarizing it. Even though it's plagiarizing my own. Thank you for that. Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror, sent a super sticker. Thank you for doing that, Barb Rogers. Love you very much for the participation in the show. All right, here we go. Back to this. We just witnessed a serious criminal act. If you missed it, this woman, again, is being arrested. She is under arrest. And the arrest here is presumptively lawful. It may not be. I don't know. We don't have any information about it. But you have to presume the lawful act of the officers at the time. She is required to comply with this arrest. And I know there are people out there who are like, compliance is cuckery or whatever. Yeah, I mean, yes, you have to submit to government. The funny thing is these people are not submitting to government in the first place, so you can understand why they may not submit here. But if the cops are wrong, your legal avenues to combat that wrong are not on the street. And what you're about to witness is someone coming from behind this guy in the I don't know what the garb is called, but it's like a shirt up top and like a dress down below. It's like a mullet that you wear. It's very common in the Somali community around here. He is going to actually make a physical assault on this ICE officer. Well, I mean, hold on. It happens really quick. Hold on. I think he makes contact. It's hard to say. Importantly, whether he makes contact or not does not actually determine if he commits the crime. He definitely attempts to make contact. He may be stopped by the other officer, but here we go. Oh, no. So he didn't actually make the contact. This guy headed him off as he was going to the other officer. Now, he's taking up like a fighting stance, which is pretty cool. If he tries to fight this ICE officer, I don't know if you've met like Somali people. To be clear, all the Somali people I've dealt with in this community have been wonderful people. Like I have no problems with him generally. I've never had a bad experience. My conversations and interactions have all been great. Not everybody's is like that. Mine has been. So like I don't have any personal animus against anyone here. But they tend to be very slender people. This guy is a slender but tall man. I know all about being that back when I wasn't fat or whatever. And I would not want to be in a fight with an ICE agent or several of them, as it may be. Uh-oh. That is pepper spray that is about to be deployed somewhere. They're all getting pepper sprayed. And this is the lesson to learn. This is the lesson to learn. You can peacefully protest. You can vigorously protest. You cannot violently protest without getting pepper sprayed or beanbagged or pushed, punched, thrown, arrested. This will happen to you at some point. It's a math function. The longer you act a fucking fool, the higher the likelihood that you're going to have some capsicum or whatever in your eyeballs in your mouth hole. And I don't recommend it. It's not going to be pleasant.
Enseña la cara, perro. Enseña la cara. ¿Y eso qué? ¿Y eso qué? ¿Y eso qué?
It's not really okay. Like, I don't know who she's yelling it's okay to, but this is one of those things where it's like, are you present where you are? Like, I don't think that woman thinks it's okay. I don't think the ICE agent who has to lift the only fat Somali lady he can find, I don't think he thinks it's okay. I don't think the pepper sprayed people think it's okay. It's okay. Maybe she's speaking Spanish. That's okay. Like, I don't know. What do we got?
BOGO stole Beetlejuice's wedding tuxedo. All these anti-ICE bitches need to grow up and start being adults. Pathetic micropeen.
Here we go.
It's a fucking woman.
It is. But she's not acting like one. She's acting like someone who's fucking irritating. If she was acting like a woman, and again, this is really easy to say, you get arrested and you say, sir, I'm actually legal. And I know they're going to get disappeared into a black site or whatever, and no one will find them, even though they're legal Americans. That happens so obscenely rarely that it's crazy. But yeah, that's always a possibility. That's a possibility every time with every law enforcement encounter ever. And it's why, again, you have to healthily hate them. But that's a fucking woman. It doesn't fucking matter. If you're 150 pounds or whatever, I don't know how much she weighs, probably maybe more, maybe less. I'm not out there with a scale. And you don't want to move, you just kind of sit down, like you get hard to move. No one wants to pick that shit up.
Grow some fucking balls.
Dude, they grew balls. They dragged this belligerent woman into a car. But what is going on with ICE jeans? Like, maybe, is there a fucking Fed? Don't identify yourself as a Fed. Is there a Fed fashion expert in the chat who can help us out why none of these guys' jeans like actually fit them? What the hell's going on? Is it just because they have to move around so much and so like they get kind of like stretched out and worn out over the day and like like, is that what it is? Are they just cheap jeans? Like, what's going on? These bad boys are gonna fall off in about 10 seconds.
Máscara, culero. Bájate la máscara. Bájate la máscara.
That guy looks like he's about, what, like 19? Jesus Christ, he looks young.
You know exactly what the fuck I'm telling you. Yes, okay. Yes, okay.
Okay, help me out. I don't think she's saying it's okay. Is she saying es okay? Like, is that Spanish for something? Because, like, I don't know much Spanish, but I know, like, SOCKS is, right, like, socks, well, you spell it, but SOCKS is like it is what it is. Would be like a phrase. So is that what's going on?
Yes, okay. Look at the way you fucking have it. All right, we'll calm the situation down. They're fucking men.
You calm the situation down by not screaming at agents who are obviously apprehensive about the people rushing at them from multiple sides. And this is the thing that keeps getting unstated in the discussions about the shooting of the ICE agent, or of Renee Good by the ICE agent. This is what these guys have been dealing with for a while now. And when they make lawful arrests in the execution of their lawful duties, they are confronted with not just resistant hostility that you expect in any arrest, but hostility from observers, innumerable in any particular situation observers. surprise observers that are unpredictable, that they do not have knowledge of, that don't actually conform to those profiling sort of ideas, right? Like the people around here, they're arresting a Somali woman. You've got a Hispanic woman, I won't say accosting in the physical sense, but screaming at them. You've got white people around. You might have any sort of race, gender identity, expression, affiliation, politics, nation of origin combination. You could have anything happening and they would not know anything about that. This isn't like a unified singular group of that is singled out and allied with each other and insular. There's support from everybody and anybody or not. These officers don't have time to know every motivation of everybody around them. So when these encounters are like this constantly, you start to understand why a lady in a van who's engaged in these activities, and they may actually know her as someone who does that, why they can't trust that she's not violent. They can't trust that she's not unhinged. They can't trust it because trusting that person is to put you or someone else into a potential of danger that doesn't need to be there. Because instead of trusting them, you can be apprehensive around them. But that does look bristly and standoffish. It's force. It's still force. It is violence. But it is violence that is held. It is held by the authority that we have appointed. It's our violence given to an agency. And it is the commission of their duties. We have to recognize the situation that they're in and how these things do not help. I'm all for protesting ICE or anything else, whatever the fuck you want to do. You can't scream at them, lunge at them, throw things at them, and expect not to get clapped back. You can expect to maybe not get arrested if you're not particularly violent. But you can't expect complete non-intervention by the officers who are concerned that one of your dumbasses might just stab them.
They're fucking grown-ass men handling her!
Would it be better if women were handling her into the car? Like, would that change the calculus? I don't understand these people.
Fucking grab you like that, bitch! She ain't a fucking dog! I don't give a fuck! Don't touch me!
Huffy comes, oh, I don't like this pause. Huffy comes in here, back up! I like that.
Get these people out of my fucking way then!
Okay, so this is the, this is the ICE agent arresting a Somali woman in Minnesota, in my nearby town, Wilmer, Minnesota. And I thought it was an adequate example of discussing the role of ICE, discussing the process by which they might identify somebody. Because I've seen a ton of these videos. It's like, they just go up to somebody at a gas station, demand their papers. It's like, well, the story is probably bigger than that, but it might not even need to be. But that looks a little different than the rest of law enforcement. But that doesn't mean that ICE is particularly tyrannical because of that. It's just the nature and function of how the law enforcement activities that are empowered to everybody work out when the crime is mere presence. So there we go. I don't know if there's anything else about some, wait. I don't know if this is true, but if it is, this could be interesting. This is related to this. Oh, I got to update the member number. I'm sorry. I've been remiss in my duties. What do we got? Let's see. Seed Fan says, it's nice to see you doing better now, Nick. I'll start swinging by more often. You know, I like that. Thank you. You should. You should. The bird is the word, says shepherd dogs and oak batons need a comeback. Oh, well, I mean, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. I need to update the membership banner. So we actually have 13 members here on YouTube so far. And guys, just wanted to say we do member exclusive streams at least every weekend, if not more often. So membership here, you can do what you can do on either YouTube or on Locals. Actually does carry a benefit. There are member specific shows, and they're pretty funny for me. I mean, hopefully for other people too. Okay. So allegedly this is the same person. Someone said she had a good time here. Well, it says, she had a great time touring the United States, but now it's time to go home. So I don't know. Let's take a peek at this.
Hey, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out.
Okay, she's speaking Somali or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how to say the word, but if that's her, I don't know what she's saying here. I don't know if this video is used to identify her or whatever. But I mean, who knows if this is even her? This is just a random person on Twitter. So we're going to ignore that. But I don't know. Here's the reason I wanted to take a quick peek at that, though. Sometimes people wonder how ICE could possibly know or think that someone might be here illegally and might be able to just identify them on the street. And I don't know if you know this. Oh, I think I had the video where it probably had an echo. I'm sorry. I don't know if you know this, but if you post your unlawful presence on social media, that can be a fucking problem, because sometimes they're investigating social media or whatever, and other times people get reported. Their social medias get reported. Hey, this person's here illegally. And tell you what, like you kick your neighbor's dog or something like that, and suddenly they don't really have any desire to protect you anymore. But I don't know, I don't know. Again, law enforcement gets to use a whole broad array of tools to at least get to an investigatory stop to see if they can locate probable cause in the scenario. And if not, they just have to let someone go. And the Supreme Court has recognized, again, in Terry versus Ohio, that momentary infringement, that momentary detention, when there is a possibility of criminal activity, is not generally an unreasonable intrusion onto someone's person, so long as the suspicion that criminal activity is afoot is reasonably articulable in the moment. Debbie Baker, based on the information the police officer has at the time, not in hindsight. Debbie Baker gifting 5 memberships as well. Thank you, Debbie Baker, for that. I really appreciate that. That brings us to 18 members for the stream so far, and we are well on our way. If you get a membership from anyone, but especially Debbie Baker, make sure to give her a big giant thank you kiss the next time you see. And I'm just kidding. That don't kiss her unless she wants that, I guess. But really, just like a thank you for the thing would be sufficient. Probably you shouldn't do that. Do much more. I did want to do. This is a video from an astute legal scholar. And he's going to tell us that this is 100% proof that ICE killed Renee Nicole Good in cold-blooded murder. Cold-blooded murder, which I obviously agree. Debbie Baker gifting 5 more memberships. Debbie, you are amazing. Thank you so much for that. There's the first one and the second one. Oh, we get these. Okay. All right. Oh shit. How do I get rid? There we go. Debbie is amazing. Basket Case says, come on, Debbie, help out a subscriber for years. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any way to target a gifted sub on YouTube. I wish there was. Because, I'd like to do that more often, like, grant people access to it. But hey, why? What is going on here? Stop this. Oh my goodness. Sorry, my chat window. I screwed up my chat window. I don't want to do this. Stop it. There we go. Is this green thing like herpes? Yes. Yes, except it's it carries greater risks. Frederick Little, we were watching a Kurt video on Sunday night, which I did not expect. It came up by accident, but it was great. Chief Vince El Jefe says, just because I'll bring this one up. Just because felons supporting felons, super content as the norm. Thank you, Chief Vince El Jefe. I really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the show. And this felon, Raging Rocco, has joined and is a new member. Thank you, Raging Rocco, for that, which puts us at 19. I'm noticing I don't have a drink. Just seeing if I have something sitting around in my office. I got a tiny amount of sweet tea left. My throat is very parched. 1 second. Yeah, JNAOOLLE 6170 says, you're my intro to LawTube. Didn't see a video for years. Now you're back. I had to deal with some stuff, okay? I had to deal with a couple things, but now we are here. We're back. All right, so this is advice from Lewis, who has a YouTube, longer HQ videos, like headquarters, I guess, high quality. I'm joking. And he is, I don't know who this person is, but I know that the quality must be high if it's followed by Natalie Burrell. But let's see. This is 100% proof. ICE killing Renee Nicole Good was cold-blooded murder. Shots fired in clip. It's a magazine.
Here is 100% proof that this was cold-blooded murder and this ICE agent had every intention on killing her because you're going to see.
I hate this delivery. It's not him as a common delivery format for like React content or whatever, where it's like that deadpan, very fast, monotonous, unemotional delivery. It's like, I'm going to tell you about the facts that happen in this case, and here's what they look like, and this is how. And I hate it. It's so it's inauthentic and unthoughtful. Usually, it's an indication, typically, that you're about to hear bullshit. But let's see what he's got.
In this clip right here, that it was him at fault and nobody else, and it's indistinguishable. Let's take a look at this clip.
Okay. Second clue. You're about to hear some bullshit. Let's go back. I'm sorry. What did you just say?
Cold-blooded murder, and this ICE agent had every intention on killing her because you're going to see in this clip right here that it was him at fault and nobody else, and it's indistinguishable. Let's take.
I don't know how to help Lewis here, but if we're about to see that it's him at fault and nobody else, then it's not indistinguishable. That's specifically distinguishable. That's the whole point of the word, is to distinguish between things. If it's him and nothing else, throw out everything else. If it's him and nothing else, it's distinguishable specifically. So try to go back a little bit through English 2 or whatever.
Take a look at this clip.
This clip is obviously happening at full speed. There's no slow motion going on. I remembered one of the reasons I wanted to cover this. There's been a lot of talk, and this finally linked in my brain to a previous case that we had a trial that we watched, I think with Bronca, but might have been someone else. I think it was Bronca, and it was the lawyer that got shot in the face by the guy, the innocent man in Wisconsin or whatever. There's been much to do and hubbub about this guy standing in front of the car, which we now know he's walking around the car with a cell phone. This is in his right hand, switches it to his left hand, and then he draws his gun and fires a little bit later. He switches it to his left hand as Renee Good's wife is getting closer to him and following him around the car. But he doesn't do anything other than switch the phone at that point. But a few moments later, of course, he is drawing and firing with his right hand on the vehicle while holding the cell phone in his left hand. Importantly, this doesn't actually matter, but people have said that he placed himself in front of the vehicle, and there's charts and infographics all over the fucking internet showing how he was standing here or here or here. This video, people have used the whole time to suggest that he placed himself or traversed in front of the vehicle. Now, my friend Andrew Bronca brought up on my show, and other people have brought up as well, the fact that Renee Good actually backs up with her wheels to the left, which means that she swings the car across, and actually that is what puts him in front of the vehicle. Now, I've been thinking about this. I'm like, yeah, I get that. But I realized that a lot of people have trouble figuring this out. Because watch the video, the guy walks in front of the car. Not actually, but watch the video. And I'm going to talk about what happens from a forensic perspective, because we've seen this in a different case. And it took me forever to put this together, but here we go.
Because you're going to see in this clip right here that it was him at fault and nobody else.
And this is also why this guy is fucking wrong. I mean, a myriad reasons. But here we go. Watch.
And it's indistinguishable. Let's take a look at this clip.
He means indisputable. But I'm disputing it right now.
Here is the ICE agent right here who ends up shooting her. Here is her wheels. Pay attention to her wheels and look at this area right here. Wheels.
Okay, that's enough for this point. The problem that we have is a perspective problem and a problem with video. In one of the cases, and I do believe it was the Wisconsin shooting of the lawyer, they brought in a forensic video analyst to talk about the videos because people are not actually good at watching videos. Debbie Baker, I have a Cash App account. Hold on. I do have one. Let me see what it is. I know you asked me for it before, and I forgot to actually get it for you. Let me. Something went wrong. What? I love how that worked. Just a second. I I don't think I ever set it up on this phone because I really don't use it very often. I don't want to do this right now. Skip. Almost there. Almost there. What is my... How do I share this? Oh, it's really easy. It's $ Ricada Law. I'll put it in the chat. $ Ricada Law. I don't have the Nightbot that like spams shit in the chat. I need to, like all the links or whatever, but I haven't. I used to have that thing and then I didn't know how to, I didn't play around with it. Anyway, there it is. If you wanted to use Cash App, you certainly can. I appreciate any way people like thoughtfully contribute to the show. Like, so thank you. Thank you. It's not required, of course, but it is very much appreciated. All right. Discussing this, they brought in a forensic video expert, and I'm like, who fucking needs any help? It might have even been Kim Potter here in Minnesota, but it doesn't matter. And I'm like, who needs help watching a video? Turns out fucking everybody needs help watching a video because people don't think about how video works. They don't think about perspective. They don't think about movement. They don't think about anything. It looks like this ICE agent traverses the car, but that's because the video pans following the car. But it creates the illusion that he is moving rather than the vehicle. Now, I mean, I know that many of you will look at this and know that the vehicle is swinging across. But the way you have to analyze this and look at it is you have to watch the background. Because we know from like any physics discussions about relative movement, you know, velocity is relative to some other point. All of this stuff is. And so the camera, or at least the editing of some of these videos, is fixed on the vehicle and tracks it, which gives the illusion that the vehicle itself is not really moving. But if you watch the background of the video, you will notice a significant amount of terrain is traversed. And this is the type of testimony you would get from a forensic video analyst that you're bringing into the case if you were at trial to show the jury, because the jury won't see that on their own. They won't see that on their own. And you can't have a lawyer testify about what's happening in the video. You know, your expert has to do it. And that's what a forensic video analyst is going to do. So if you watch the background of this video, watch how much space moves, how much ground is traversed. And we see that this guy isn't actually moving in front of the car, which I know many of you already know that, okay? But it's amazing because it never occurred to me that it's on video clearly because your brain just short circuits and compiles the information. And that's how people's minds work. And then I thought about it and I watched this and I was like, oh, yeah, forced perspective here. So here we go.
Here is the...
So the ICE agent is here with his phone out. This is traversed along. But if you're not paying attention to the background, if you're just watching the car, it looks like he comes into the frame. But that's because the car is a fixed point in the video. So all motion appears relative to the vehicle. But that's not true. The vehicle itself is the thing moving.
ICE agent right here who ends up shooting her. Here is her wheels. Pay attention to her wheels and look at this area.
The wheels
right
don't
here.
fucking
You'll see
matter.
his legs. Her wheels turn to the right. He has plenty of time to take one step this direction. Here are his legs.
He's not required
Here
to.
her car is going.
So this is an interesting thing that all of these dumb motherfuckers keep getting stuck on when they focus on the wheels. And it's actually not good because they do a frame-by-frame analysis of the wheels, which isn't helpful. The guy doesn't see the wheels. I mean, he might. We don't know what his eyes are looking at, but I don't think it's the angle of the wheels. But if it were, The wheels are pointed directly at him right now. The wheels have turned and are directly at him. And that's the instant he's drawing the gun. Now, we know, because we've gone through the thing, that he doesn't draw that gun until after those wheels start turning. They start turning forward when they are facing to the left still. But at the time he is drawing this gun right now, those wheels are directly pointed at him. And this very astute individual, indistinguishably, has suggested that he could just take a step to the right. But importantly, he doesn't have to. He's not required to. It may be a reasonable alternative. It may not. He doesn't need to. But it's really easy to say what someone could do. I don't know if you've ever tried to sidestep in Minnesota on an icy road. Maybe you end up in the splits in the hospital. Who knows? But he says it. Okay, cool. He can do that. He doesn't have to. Doesn't matter. But I really wanted to talk about that forced perspective bit. But let's see what else he says.
Pulls his gun out, car's going.
Yes.
Legs are on the left side of the bumper of her car.
Okay.
His gun.
That's because he's hit by the bumper in the pelvis and his legs are forced slightly away. That's how that goes. Now, I know some people will say, and I've talked about this to death, but we're here, aren't we? Some people will say that he is no longer in danger because he knows he's not going to die from getting hit by the car. But if you've ever looked at any police attire, it has all sorts of flaps and straps and dildos and shit all over it. And if any of those things get caught in a fender, in a window, in a door handle, in a wheel well, in the wheel itself, if he's brushed by and a loose piece of plastic grabs a strap on his tactical vest, he can be pulled immediately under that vehicle or to the side of the vehicle or whatever. He does not know at this point or any point that he is not in danger. And we've been through the analysis on this, and I may go through it more about the public, because people don't understand that a fleeing vehicle in a residential space is an inherent danger. I don't know why they don't get that. But if you want to find out, I mean, just drive at a high speed, and by high speed in a residential area, I mean 30 miles an hour, through a stop sign, and see what happens when the cop stops you and how happy they are about it. Killdozer, the shooter, his feet are kind of hard to see here because of the paws, but they actually kind of mirror this guy's legs in like an A frame, but they are slightly to the side here. He's being struck presently. You can see the gun is up here in the frame, gun or cell phone, and he's about to take that first shot.
Is still pointed out her window. Pay attention to his body shifting this way.
His body shifting doesn't help this.
He is leaned over her car with his legs on the side of her car, and then he shoots her through the dashboard.
He doesn't shoot her through the dashboard. That would be a dashboard confessional. It's a special police shot only some people do, and they play emo music while they do it. He shoots her through the windshield. You seem to have a problem with vocabulary, but we don't actually know that he shoots her through the windshield. We know that he discharges his weapon and a bullet strikes the windshield at this point. And we believe that the first shot hits the windshield. It makes sense. There's probably video that shows that more clearly, but then we believe the next two shots are fired through the side window, which is open, of the vehicle. We don't know which of the bullets actually struck this woman, if it was all of them, one of them, or two. Don't know. Technically, he could have missed. She could have had a heart attack or an aneurysm at the time and produced the same result, and then smashed into the other vehicle, which caused some of the trauma that we've seen in theory. But there's probably someone who saw like bullet holes of some sort in her face, but we don't have an official report about it now. We just know, he shot her in the face. I mean, it seems like it, but people speak very authoritatively about what happened. Real Patriot Party says, Arcade of Law, I didn't play around with it. Say it isn't so. It isn't. It isn't. You know it isn't so.
If you want to see a comically retarded legal analysis, watch the Legal Eagle video on the shooting. Also, sup my knicker.
We may be doing that very soon, actually. That's on my list. It's on my list. We're almost done with this guy.
Look where his legs are. First
Look
shot
at his
fired.
legs.
All the way over here. Body leaned forward, angled through her dashboard window. And then 2 more shots from the side.
Yes. I'll accept everything he said just then. Yep. Justified shooting 100% under the law. You may think it's morally wrong. You may think he can make a different choice. You may think there are other reasonable choices, and there are. And that doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter if there are other reasonable choices. It just matters whether this choice was reasonable. And the existence of an alternative reasonable choice does not preclude the existence of this choice's reasonableness.
Execution shots from her driver's side window with her window rolled down. This was 100% intent. This was cold-blooded murder. And
I don't think he's cold-blooded. He's in Minnesota. That would be very, very short-lived. It's not murder. Was it intentional? Yeah. I mean, yes, he intended to pull the trigger and fire a weapon using deadly force at someone. Like that is intent. I don't think that's a surprise. Now, he's saying, I don't want to say premeditated, because it is his choice to point a gun at someone's face and pull the trigger. It is a premeditated shooting. His intent is to cause death at that point, because he believes he's justified in doing so. He believes, we would assume, he believes that it is reasonably necessary to stop a threat of imminent harm, serious bodily injury, or death to himself, others, or the public at large. Right? Like, all those justifications are there, which means it's not murder, but it is an intentional killing, technically premeditated. It's premeditated just means that at some point in time, you made the choice to do the killing act and intended the kill. Although they probably wouldn't charge it that way. They'd probably charge it as second-degree murder, but like, we could go there, but that doesn't matter. When it's justified, the justification doesn't change any of those things, because of any of those things. Justification only changes if he unreasonably believes that he's in fear, or he's not in fear, either of those things, because that means he does not actually believe, or cannot actually believe, that deadly force is necessary. And that's where all of this goes. And the analysis of all of these people is obviously deficient. We got Holly Movie Star says, even if he sidestepped, nothing stops her following him by turning the wheel back towards him. People making analysis like he has a time machine. Yeah, yes, of course. That's a point that I've brought up in a couple places. They're like, oh, he's turning his wheel, or she's turning the wheel to the right. He doesn't know that she's going to keep turning the wheel, or that she's not going to turn it to the left. And it doesn't matter. He knows that someone was on that side of the car, but he doesn't know where they are, probably at this point. The car is between him and Renee's wife. But last he checked, Renee's wife on his video is attempting to enter the door at this point. That car traverses, and he is now potentially obstructed from seeing her. I don't know. But if he's obstructed from seeing her, he reasonably can assume that she is still in danger, even if the car is going that way. Here we go.
I absolutely hate that these lefties make me defend a government agency. The left's defense of non-citizens is disgusting. All of this because the Dems don't want to let their illegal voters taken away.
Okay, let's see what my friend Joe has to say about this. Guys, if you are not subscribed to Good Logic, you should maybe check out his show. I haven't watched his coverage of this, but I like Joe and very much. I didn't know he was on this until I pulled it up just now, but I wanted to see what it says. I will defend it all day, every day. Thanks. She turned her car to be facing him. You point to where his legs are when nobody can see his legs. The law across the country was established by the Supreme Court in 1989 that you can never He used hindsight to assess the reasonableness of officers' self-defense, saying he could have is precisely hindsight. This crazy domestic terrorist woman hates ICE. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't like the domestic terrorist label personally, but so marketing, free speech, like that's all allowed both ways, every way. But I don't really prefer it. She's not charged with domestic terrorism, so it doesn't really matter. Domestic terrorism itself isn't a justification for the officer's actions. His actions are justified based on his experience in that moment. So, like, that's just rhetoric about someone who's dead. I don't care about the rhetoric of someone who's dead. It doesn't, if she's a domestic terrorist, it doesn't make him right or wrong. So people get worked up about it. Who fucking gives a shit? She turned her vehicle toward another human and floored the gas. It is a miracle he wasn't splattered on her windshield. Well, he's not a lightning bug, Joe. You are a monster for defending that. I mean, wow. I don't know. He's a monster for what he did to the English language, Joe. Come on. Come on now. Anyway, the main thing I wanted to show you guys in that one was the traversing background. So, and talking about the fixed perspective on the car. If you're tracking the car with the camera, it's going to look like everything else is moving, but actually the car is moving where other things are staying stationary or maybe moving. But guess what? I mean, that's all just gobbledygook anyway, because even if he walked right up to the grill and put his wiener in it, or like the headlight socket or whatever, it's like, I'm skull fucking your Honda Pilot, that it still does not justify her driving the car forward with him in front of the car. Like, even if she's unintentionally doing it, it doesn't justify that. If you're skull fucking a Honda Pilot, though, like, that might be creating the danger, but I don't think so. If it's stationary and it was asking for it. Okay, what else do we have here? I've got this Jon Stewart thing. Oh, let me do this real quick. This is one of the guys, if you're really into the legal analysis and you want a really, really good one, a really, really good legal analyst in this instance, there's a guy you should follow on Twitter for this stuff. I mean, his other stuff is good too. Like, so you should follow him in general. Like, I don't know this guy. I've been following him for years, like into bathrooms, at bars, at bar mitzvahs or whatever he goes to, into police station. Follow him on Twitter if you want, but he's got great analysis here. And he's a former federal prosecutor, 30 years as a federal prosecutor. And, that it doesn't mean much of anything to the quality of his analysis. What it means is just it lends some semblance of trusting that his analysis has some thoroughness and experience and education behind it. Again, just because someone is or was something doesn't mean they're going to be right. In this case, he is right, and he also is fucking smart, and you guys might enjoy it, but his name is a Shipwrecked Crew. Shipwrecked Crew says, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, or interfere. Those are 5 verbs in addition to assault. So let's do this one. Laura Powell. I see nothing in the moments leading up to the arrest that could conceivably constitute assaulting, resisting, or impeding. Looks like an agent lost his temper, which is bad enough, but DHS defending his actions really hurts their credibility. So
see that? Go to the recording. We're here. What's y'all doing? Go back up. You good?
What's that? You good? Oh, absolutely.
Your face.
Absolutely. Oh, back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Like that.
So far, this guy gets right up in the in the ICE agent's face. He just says, back up. I'm walking here, which perfectly reasonable. You can say that to people too. You don't have to be ICE to tell people to back up. Just ask Andy Worski, back the fuck up. Frank Arico, welcome to paralegal. Thank you for joining. That puts us at 20 members so far tonight. Very cool of you guys, and happy to have 20 beautiful members added to the show so far, or to the community, whatever it is. So let's see how this goes. I haven't actually watched this video. I just grabbed one of Shipwreck Crew's tweets because he's really fucking good on this issue, or on this whole discussion.
Good show.
Man, that's not a nice
I
guy.
ain't gonna fuck.
Good.
Fuck you and fuck all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Fuck you. Huh?
American citizens?
None of your business. That's what.
All right, something really funny happens here. So this guy says, hey, fuck you, fuck all y'all. Fuck you, fuck all y'all, which is fine. You are 100% protected in saying, fuck you, fuck all y'all. Okay, you are. But there's a trade-off that happens because logic exists. If you maybe have an accent, sounds like the guy filming has an accent, and express extreme anger, and fuck you isn't extreme anger, but, well, let's just say express anger at the ICE agent, that is not sufficient to investigate you. I want to be very clear. However, it may add to the articulable suspicion of the ICE agent, and when combined with some other present facts, may give him sufficient grounds to initiate an investigative stop. Like racial profiling, you have the freedom of speech, and the words said cannot be the sole basis of a stop in this case. However, the way the words are delivered to the officer, combined with other factors, accent, maybe this ICE agent knows of this guy, or he looks like someone that they've been tracking. I don't know. There could be literally any number of things. Someone who is an unlawful immigrant may not like ICE. And if that contributes to the officer's instinct about it, and again, is not articulable as just the words, but he can reasonably articulate why the delivery of that phrase by this person in this place at this time contributed or combines with other things, could be some stupid tipping point, and it's not recommended to do so. You can say fuck you to ICE all over the place, but I don't know. I don't know anything about this guy. So I'm just saying, like, this could give the ground, or this could be the thing that tips it into the realm, especially when you were just very close to an officer. You may be impeding them. But again, the words alone, I want to be really clear on this. The First Amendment does protect your right to say fuck you to a government official. But your timing and other factors might lead them to think that you're engaged in other activity, but that has to be reasonable. They have to walk a very fine line there.
What?
The wall there.
Fuck you.
All right.
See that?
Maybe your associations or people you're with, for example.
You're blocking traffic. You're blocking traffic.
So ICE agents in the commission of their duties can block traffic. They do have the authority to do so. And the reason you know that is because they have sovereign immunity on any traffic violation from the city. It's specifically for this reason that they would have, I shouldn't say sovereign immunity, but supremacy, federal supremacy. And they still, actually no, sovereign immunity also. But they would have that because otherwise you could just impede their actions as the state, you could, by arresting them or ticketing them or whatever. But if they're in the commission of their lawful duties, they can they can block traffic. Who fuck off.
Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there. Fuck you. Fuck every single one of y'all. Look at that.
just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
Uh-oh.
Get one of this guy here. Right here. Appreciate
that.
Interesting thing has happened now. This guy is in a public place. He's made a statement to the officer, which may raise some level of suspicion. The officer is allowed to take a picture, especially like this picture is not property of the person, doesn't in any way apprehend them. He's taking a picture of someone in a public place, and he could use that picture for identification purposes. And if he happens to match up some known associations with other people based on that picture, my man could be really quickly involved in getting his ass arrested. And it would be funny because it would likely be because he said, fuck all y'all.
Fuck you. Huh? Fuck.
Really? Oh, is this a Target guy? I didn't even know what this was. They're starting to surround him. That's kind of funny.
Fuck you.
By the way, if you're 4'1" and you're dealing with bald-headed Stephen Goliath, the ICE agent, I'm 6'8". Like, don't. You're gonna get your ass beat.
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing? Come on. Yo.
I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works.
The ICE agent is allowed to walk swiftly down the street. And if you chose to be in the way of this Titanic man, you know, if he bumps or hits you, and you don't want that, you know, I guess you could make a complaint against him. Although you'd have to ask, like, maybe why you were so close or what you were doing or whatever. But he's still not allowed to make contact with you. But he can walk quickly.
Look at that.
Can I make the video bigger? A little bit. A little bit.
Fuck you. Or what? Fuck you.
Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look at the
Okay. They are grabbing him. And I saw this Legally Dumb Blonde, I think it was. I saw her on her Twitter. She has a slowed down version of this. Some people may be confused because it happens really, really fast. But if you watch, homegirl over here has got the camera in the right hand. His left hand appears to strike the officer somewhere in the lower, face to neck area. And it happens really fast, as punches often do. There's the swing. It happens here. He's in the process of swinging. That's why the phone comes back. His left arm is coming up. His phone is retreating back to his face. And it's kind of hard to show, but
look.
He definitely throws that punch. And of course, now he's fully rotated his body. The phone is off to the side. But yeah, I'll play it again.
Don't touch him. What are you doing? Yo.
Fuck you. I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works.
Touch me. Fuck you.
Look at that.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Or what? Fuck you.
Look at that. Look.
And my personal advice is just not to strike federal agents, especially when they're like huge like this. Like this guy is going to get stomped if he gets in a fight with that guy. But so you may have seen that video, but let's talk about the analysis. The analysis. In the moments leading up to the arrest that could conceivably constitute assaulting, resisting, or impeding. Now, he hits it like it. He either hits him or attempts to hit him. And I don't know if you know this. If you swing at an officer and miss, it's not a mulligan. You don't get a fucking do-over. And they're not like, it's not, oh, sorry, I was just fanning you off. You still attempted to hit a federal officer. You're still going to get arrested and probably charged. It's a dumb fucking thing to do. But that being said, he does that. But this is another one of those things, right, where it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what he did You don't need to argue that the statute is built to deal with these things with reasonable consideration to constitutional rights. And people forget that these statutes are carefully crafted, typically, as long-running ones especially, and are constantly challenged. These things, assaulting an officer's statutes are challenged every time someone is charged on a constitutional basis. They're almost always found to be constitutionally sound and articulable and understandable and knowable with reasonable specificity. They're not vague. They're not overbroad. And if they are, they get pared down really, really quickly. And they tend to survive constitutional scrutiny all the time because they don't want... Our legal system operating on like a gotcha or like a pocket sand concept is a television show artifact of the 80s and 90s. This idea that you come in with the very careful zinger or whatever. But our legal system is robustly equipped to deal with the idea that someone would figure out a crafty way out of it. Those crafty way out of the law stories are funny, few, and rare. And once they happen once. Immediately, those holes are patched because our system generally operates on this concept of reasonableness because the law cannot account for every possible outcome. But here we go. It looks like an agent lost his temper, which is bad enough. Yeah, I mean, that agent seemed to have every reason to lose his temper. And again, what indices are there that his temper was lost randomly? Like, that guy had been filming him for a while, didn't seem to do anything specifically different until he hits him. But if your assertion is he doesn't hit him, what's the triggering moment? This guy's got a job to do inside Target, and it isn't this guy. Like, it isn't this little short guy. He's got some other mission that he's on, apparently, because otherwise they would have just arrested this retard outside. But here we go. Resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, or interfere. Again, interference. Videoing a police officer. Videoing a police officer isn't interference by itself, but videoing a police officer can involve interfering with their duties if your act of videoing interferes with their duties. The mere taking of a video isn't interfering. But if you take a video from a toilet of someone taking a shit, you're interfering with it. I don't know how else to like really hammer that home, but people seem to have a problem with this concept. And again, it's based around this idea of the reasonable application of law practically. And speaking of that, we've got Third Railify over on Rumble coming in hot with a raid. Thank you to Third Railify and your viewers. You are in good company with this chat. Not with me. You're in high levels of danger with me, but with the chat, you're in good company. So here we go. Those terms sweep quite broadly, which was Congress's intent in using them, as all courts to consider that issue have held. All courts have considered the issue that Congress wanted the broad authority for federal officers to be able to engage and complete their lawful duties. The statute is not vague or a violation of the First Amendment simply because it is broad. Again, this is well-established case law. Oh, holy shit. I think she wrote a lot more. Where on the spectrum of covered conduct from assault to intimidate a defendant's conduct falls is a question for sentencing, not for guilt or innocence. Whether this evidence proves one of those five is a question for a jury. And I mean, look, it looks like he hits him to me. But here's the thing. This officer speeds up and this guy remains in front of him, steps off to the side, and then returns in front of the officer. As the officer is trying to enter this store, he persists in getting in front of the officer. He's literally impeding this officer's movement by his actions. Now, were he to follow this officer and video, Or were he to be 20, 30 feet in front of the officer videoing, that's not impeding. I mean, I guess that there's some weird theory that it could be, but generally speaking, that would not be impeding. It's not an impediment, not a crime. Interference can be something other than physical interference of movement, obviously, and that's why Congress added all these terms. That's why the law is written this way, because it's all about the general concept of allowing officers to engage in their lawful duties and not having people stop that. Because to stop an officer from engaging in their lawful execution of their duties presumptively puts someone at risk. And that's what they're trying to avoid. So anyway, check out Shipwrecked Crew. He's on the side that this is a justified shooting. And it's obvious that he's on the side that this is justified shooting. This is obviously not that. I know this is a different video. But he's on the side that it's a justified shooting, not because he's on the political affiliation of the shooter or anything like that. Anything short of just his application of the law is straightforward. The law on this issue of the shooting of Renee Good is straightforward. He wrote an article on Substack, and I'm not going to go through it right now or anything. And that's his article. Like, I don't want to take too much of his thoughts, but the article is called "This is Not a Close Case." And that's critical here. Much is being made of this Renee Good shooting because people's emotional responses are being evoked by particularly motivated people in various places. And then that spreads virally through political ideology and political alliances and political animosity. Like we see this all the time. There's specific people who instigate and initiate these concepts and ideas. I'm not saying it's a formally organized thing or whatever. They're just flashpoints. That's how communication in America in social media's age right now works. The people who are instigating this idea know that the legal justification is sound. They know it. There's not a question, with the caveat that you can always possibly find a judge or jury to say something that doesn't make sense. But at present, based on the evidence and facts that are out there, this isn't like, yeah, I guess it's justified. It's overtly, multiply justified by settled law for decades of time with a non-complicated set of facts and a very obvious outcome. Reasonableness states that a vehicle that is close to you, moving towards you, is a dangerous weapon. Reasonableness states that unless the officer knows specifically, and how could you, but knows specifically that some other course of events is about to take place, he can reasonably assume that that danger is not going to end. Even if it appears like it might end, unless he knows it will somehow. And I can't think of a way he would know that. I can only think that it might be possible that he might. But unless he knows for certain, then he is reasonable in assuming that the danger that is presented will continue until it is stopped. And as my friend Andrew Branca has said over and over, that's really where the analysis starts and stops. And he has said as well, this is not a close case. The law is firmly on the side of Joshua Ross. And that's not an opinion based on liking ICE or ICE agents or not liking Renee Good. I don't give a fuck about Renee Good. I've never heard of her before in my life. I don't care about people who are mad at ICE. They don't like, They don't affect me. They don't make me particularly incensed. I don't like government officials. There's nothing about this situation that calls me to have a personal bias. My bias is merely towards the facts and the obvious application of law. With that, I wanted to move to Jon Stewart. This is a 5-minute video, which I apologize for. I think what I might do, 4-minute video. I was going to run to the restroom and grab a beverage. I'm so thirsty. But maybe not. Let's just soldier on for now. Let's just soldier on for now. So this is Jon Stewart. Many of you know him as a loser. No, I'm just kidding. Jon Stewart is an extremely successful American comedian and commentator, social and political commentator. Now, him being extremely successful doesn't have shit to do with being correct. And there are any number of reasons why he might be successful or not. But he is an artifact of a different era, and he still is a product of that era. And so I'm going to do something rare here. I'm going to apologize to you guys for one thing. I'm born and raised in the prior era of media, information, and news. But I'm not a product of it. And I don't have a team of writers. And I don't have a teleprompter. And I don't have a show, plan, schedule, whatever. The analysis that you get is based on my knowledge, and maybe I'll show you sources or not, like depending on the situation. Jon Stewart is not that. Jon Stewart has a team of people who work to produce this particular product presented in this particular way, and it is a product. The product is the comfort of pseudo-intellectualism and American snark commentary, where snark is supplanted for intelligence and allows people who are not particularly savvy, educated, thoughtful, or have the ability to avail themselves of the time required to catch up to speed on these issues, to believe that they are educated because they are presented in a way that is slightly witty, very polished, and with some sort of unjustified gravitas. Jon Stewart has done nothing to merit particular deference to any particular idea. He's just someone talking. But he's not presented that way. He hasn't been for a very long time. But if I bumble through a word or a critique or whatever, please forgive me. I'm not doing this in the same capacity. Holly Movie Star says, can you play 4-minute video full screen to go get a drink? I have to think about that. Maybe I can. I will. That way, this video will play straight through. It will play straight through while I'm gone, and then we'll come back and go through it normally. Does that make sense? We'll do it that way. So I'm going to play this. I will be back in just a moment, and we'll go back through it again. Killdozer says, am I allowed booze again? I am not. I am not. I am stone sober. I am not allowed booze. When I say get a drink, I mean literally probably, I think I have a Propel upstairs that I'm going to go grab. But I will be back in just a moment. I'll play this video, and then we'll go back through it with me, And so, John Stewart, if you think you're going to escape commentary, critique, and transformative purpose, you're wrong, motherfucker. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, I watched this earlier, and I don't remember word for word what he said, and I missed most of it now. We're going to go back through it in just a second. Can someone help me with the joke at the end? Is he about to jump out the window? Is that the idea? I guess. Is that it? Because I noticed something, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm dumb because I don't pay attention to Jon Stewart. I've never seen this man look this fucking old. And maybe that is that the affectation he's going for? Or does he walk around like this? Okay. We're going to do it's a Biden joke. So, I haven't done this. No! Fucking hell. How do we do this? I haven't done this yet. He said something that triggered me. But I can't, I need to. This is one of those things I have to do in a little bit different way than I have to. I figured he said on a side street in Minneapolis, and it occurred to me, I know where this is for reasons. It occurred to me that people may not know where this shooting. And I think it's important. It is a side street in Minneapolis. It is. This is 35W. If we zoom out here, downtown Minneapolis is up here, okay? Uptown Minneapolis is over here. There's a bunch of businesses and stuff like that. Over here, this is all residential. It's, urban residential. A lot of this are these houses that are kind of big. They're multi-unit rentals now. But I wanted to just show you where this is happening. And this is kind of important. This is where the shooting took place. This is 34th Street. This is Portland Avenue. And I mentioned the cross streets may not have stop signs. And I didn't know exactly which street it was. But so 34th, I don't think this one has a stop sign, and I don't think 33rd does either. The cars are allowed to freely flow back and forth on these, and you'd stop when you come to them. On Portland, I believe, is how that works. Or does this one have a stoplight? I don't know. But the point is, there's a shitload of cars here. This isn't it's a side street in Minneapolis. Just what? Just on this street alone, you have a ton of cars, you have a ton of houses, They're close together, but that's everywhere. If this woman drives at a high speed away from this, she's driving through people and where people are and where they go. Like there's a gym and rec center here. This is going to be, like where kids go. And fucking the Porch Gallery, which has a lot of jokes that I could make about the Porch Gallery. But like Sunshine Foods, there's a grocery store right here. This is where people are. Obviously, these cars aren't there. Like this is Google Maps or whatever. But this is where people are all the time. And so a police officer has to make the determination, if someone drives quickly down this street, are they putting anybody else in danger, imminent danger? And the answer is clearly and obviously yes. Yes, these are busy-ish cross streets. There's a lot of people, depending on the time of day. And the people may just be walking because not everybody around here can afford cars. Again, these are a lot of multi-unit houses. And so sometimes they're just walking because they're taking an Uber, they're waiting for a bus. I just wanted to do that because I haven't looked, but I haven't seen a ton of people talk about just what kind of place this was. I mean, if you're looking on the street, it's like, oh, there's some houses and stuff. There's not some houses. This is pretty dense housing, in the main city of Minneapolis. It's not as dense as like Chicago, but it's not light house. It's not light residential. Your SimCity 2000 thing is going to be at least medium, if not dense residential. So I wanted to show that to you guys in case you were not aware.
I'm a sharp businessman because one of my shorter videos came up in Air Ian's husband's feed, and now I'm his fave. But he said it'd be odd hanging out with me since we're a little too much alike. Ha!
No way. I love hanging out with myself. He would too. He would too. Okay. Let's go back through Jon Stewart's mess. I'll try and just address things as we go. We did play it through, and to the YouTube copyright gods and to Jon Stewart and NBC and whoever else is going to be pissed off about this, fuck you. I already significantly criticized the delivery of your bullshit, but now I'm going to criticize the substance of it. Here we go.
Just so we can.
First point, straight out the gate. This is not a world of total compliance. In fact, total compliance, as it's implied or whatever, would look far worse than this. But even actual total compliance would be a completely different thing. These ICE agents are going around, and again, I don't like the government at all, but they're going to public places and affecting their lawful duty after credible reports of massive amount of taxpayer victim fraud from specific immigrant communities in this area. That is about the most specific deployment of special purpose law enforcement for their actual fucking purpose that I can think of. This isn't jackbooted thuggery going door to door demanding papers, please, or like accosting regular citizens on a natural, like out of the blue. This is expected crackdown on obviously, notoriously legal activity that has been credibly reported on presently. This isn't random intimidation. This isn't the type of shit you hear about in totalitarian regimes. It could become that, I guess. It can be those things. But the fact that immigration enforcement is deployed to where immigration laws are being violated shouldn't surprise anybody. The presence of protesters automatically raises tension and opportunity for a clash between protesters and law enforcement. The question is what happens in the wake of those clashes. Generally speaking, people are briefly detained when necessary. We have not heard massive reports of long-term arrests of citizens, although that is possible and within their authority to do so. We haven't actually heard many reports of that. In the cases where actual physical contact and violence occurs, we do have incidents of pepper spray being deployed, tear gas being deployed, sometimes, like some sort of less lethal uses of force, like beanbag bullets or, canisters of tear gas, etc. Those do happen. The presence of those things during a time of protest in and of themselves does not automatically imply some level of special tyranny. They're the natural result of a majority amount. I'm not talking about this specific case here, so hold on. A majority amount of relatively peaceful but angry protests coming into much more common and frequent and close contact with law enforcement. Necessarily, there will be give and push on either side. We know this from every fucking protest ever. The brief detention for the purposes of peacekeeping during these protests is not in and of itself tyrannical thuggery and is often successfully employed throughout this country's history in myriad contexts. And we have no indication here other than one shooting, which is not that many. Hold on to that statement, by the way, which is not that many, and some arrests. If we saw real thuggery and intimidation of American citizens, we would see consistent reports of long-term arrests, of trumped up, for lack of a better word, charges being placed on people with little to no probable cause to sustain those things. We live in the ages of body cams and cell phones. Although ICE is not required to wear body cams in Minnesota, cell phones are prevalent at all of these protests, and video seems to be amply available of basically every incident we hear about. And still, the reports of the jackbooted, intimidating tyranny are two types. One would be against American citizens, and they are very, very sparse in comparison to what they could be and have been at other instances in the past in other contexts. The other one is intimidation by apprehension of people in violation of the law by being illegally present in the United States, which is a primary objective of ICE on this mission. That's not thuggery. That's law enforcement. And if people oppose that, they impose the principles of the law itself in this context. And that is fine to do. You may think that the law itself should be changed, modified, etc. Maybe it should. But lawful application of the purpose of ICE to good effect against the perpetrators of the criminal activity is not tyranny, is not thuggery. It's just law enforcement. I hate law enforcement by default. But the law is, and until the law isn't, the government enforcing the law in the manner that it's intended to be enforced is not appalling or alarming. And the idea that it should be is weird. Again, that is separate from believing that a policy change is necessary. And if you believe that, we have congressional routes to do so. But to suggest that ICE doing its job is weird. And like, that's been lost here. Because people have riled up a crowd on the concept of oppression. But in the application of the law that has been around for quite some time, there's always a purpose behind that, and Jon Stewart's supposed to talk about that, but he's not gonna. Here we go. Of this, comparing January 6th to protests of ICE is not quite, how do I say, equivocal. And here's why. Protesting of January 6th specifically is not the protesting of law enforcement efforts lawfully done against the intended criminal actors. The protest of January 6th was the protest of alleged unlawful activity against the American people who are lawfully present, who lawfully cast their votes in favor of manipulating the outcome of what is considered to be the most important election every 4 years, to the point of the disenfranchisement of their political authority and power, for the self-interests of others. January 6th is protesting criminals who happen to be in government or other positions of power, but their activities would be openly and notoriously criminal. ICE are government employees who are not openly and notoriously criminal, nor is their purpose. And in fact, the application of ICE in this instance is this lawful mandate ordered by the executive, using the laws drafted by Congress to bring people to the judicial branch for a due process examination that honors and respects their rights under the system designed by the Constitution. It is about the most due process related enactment of the law enforcement power of the government for its genuine purpose of protecting the sovereignty of its borders, citizens, and processes. That's what's going on. To protest against ICE agents, in this case, doing what they're supposed to do under the law, is to protest against the rule of law. On January 6th, the protest was against the rule of crime by criminals, not affecting a government purpose. Now, you may think the January 6 protesters were wrong or manipulated or whatever. And that may be the case. I don't really care. The protesters themselves, by and large, believed that they were protesting a criminal act perpetrated against the nation. Protesting against ICE, in this case, is the literal opposite. And you may think that's fine and that's okay. That is an okay thing. I may not agree with you, but I'll support you in spirit. It's not about which one of them is correct. It's about that they are so diametrically opposed as to compare them favorably with each other as a reasonable balancing test of what a protest should be for and how it's treated differently by this administration is not just dishonest. It's downright fucking dumb. But then again, this is Jon Stewart, and that's to be expected.
But I think we may have gotten a very different interpretation of it, rather than the correct interpretation of it, which of course...
No, I just told you the correct interpretation of it. Because again, January 6th, whether you believe they're right or wrong, is about, from their perspective, protesting a criminal act against the nation. Whereas people protesting against ICE, in this instance, right or wrong, are protesting against the lawful execution of the constitutionally delegated authority of the United States government. Those are different things. Very, very much so. They cannot be compared apples to apples because they are not apples and apples.
Of course.
Without getting too deep into it, John, there's plenty of credible suggestion that they were either provoked into attacking law enforcement or instigated into attacking law enforcement by similar criminal actors. But we don't need to go there because we don't need to analyze what happened at January 6th or apologize for it in any way. That's for a different time and place. It's merely critical to point out that your comparison of these two things is woefully inadequate, completely unthoughtful, and written by a retarded comedian team in a back room who thought they were so fucking smart. But they aren't. And neither are you.
And ultimately, they deserve a...
full pardon.
Got it. Don't agree that's what actually happened or what should have happened afterwards, but at least it sets a precedent. But now let's jump ahead, I don't know, a day.
They actually didn't get a full pardon. It's not about agreeing or disagreeing. There are several people who did not get a full pardon. They received a commutation of their sentence, which is not a full pardon. Because the doling out of the pardon power of the president, which can be done by commutation or a pardon, was done intentionally and specifically accounting for various things like violent acts and the level of criminal accusation of each of the people who were convicted. Whether you agree or disagree, let's get it correct on what did happen rather than what you wish happened for your shitty argument. Yes. Yep. Now, John, you may be tempted to believe that your clever, clipped out interpretation of people's assessment of the various groups and actors has some relevance to the application of law in these instances, and yet it doesn't. Because again, these aren't comparable issues in any way. But there's a critical aspect that I just want to touch on, and that is very simply government officials are allowed to express opinions about anybody so long as those opinions don't somehow prejudice them to a point of infringing on the constitutional rights of the person who is there. Typically, a defamatory statement or something akin to that. The consideration of the United States of someone as a domestic terrorist as an opinion with no possibility of applying a legal status to them as they are dead as fuck doesn't really matter and is overtly protected First Amendment activity. Just because you're the president or the Secretary of War or the Interior or Homeland Security does not mean that you are not allowed to deliver an opinion on what someone's motivation, status, stinky breath, or any other characteristic may have been. Again, so long as you are not prejudicing them in some particular way in contravention to their constitutional rights. She's dead. The limits of her constitutional rights are shorter than you and not really relevant. The classification positively of a group of protesters on January 6th, again, has no particular prejudicial impact on any of the people. To classify them positively through opinion is purely political and has almost no chance I can think of somehow prejudicing their constitutional rights or status in any way that would be calculable or enforceable against. And it wouldn't be reasonable to do so. The problem you have is you've picked what you think to be comparable situations because you don't seem to understand what reality is, what these situations are, what the legal questions between them are, or how it would function in any knowable, articulable comparison. Because there isn't one, you just want there to be. And she did. And that's very, maybe unfortunate, maybe intentional, but ultimately doesn't matter. Because no matter the expressed opinion about Renee Good by anybody, including and up to the President of the United States, Renee Good cannot have her constitutional rights further impacted by the President of the United States or anyone else. As again, she is dead. But you know who can in this situation is Joshua Ross, who may be prosecuted, which immediately shifts the focus of attention on intention and everything else to him. And from his perspective, objectively and likely subjectively, she did bring it upon herself. And it doesn't necessarily mean she meant to, and it doesn't matter if she meant to or not, because the moment she put her car in drive with a person in front of the car, they became at risk of imminent death or serious bodily injury and justified, likely, in the use of deadly force. Now, there are facts that could be present that have not surfaced at this point in time that could change that analysis. But as each new bit of information comes out, as new video is made available, as analysis goes on, and research keeps digging, the likelihood of finding new bombshell information to change that calculus so dramatically is less and less. Unless you're politically motivated to make people think that somehow that's going to happen absent a rather unforeseeable occurrence.
Motherfucker. We are in a confusing, dark place.
Not really.
And this is where, quite frankly, rule of law and institutions are kind of an important framework. But now that
if the rule of law and institutions are kind of an important framework, We have the Immigration and Naturalization Service. We have Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We have those entities being run by the executive branch as they were empowered, or as the executive branch was empowered by Congress to do when they were created by Congress. And the legal framework around how they operate and what their power is derived congressionally, which goes back to the constitutional authority to determine immigration and naturalization policy from the legislature, but also to implement foreign relations policy to the President of the United States. All of this, again, going and filtering through the judicial branch, Article 3 of the Constitution. This is a marrying of three branches of government in a rare occurrence where they all align and the execution of what is intended has happened. If you're talking about the rule of law and institutions having some sort of import, I can think of very little else that compares to being so properly executed.
Those are gone. What's our North Star?
Literally not gone. They're right there being executed in front of you, and you may not like it. But it is the law, and it has been the law, and it is being done in the way the law says it should, both at the personal level of Jonathan Ross, whatever his name is, all the way up to the institutional level of ICE. Witty repartee from Jon Stewart. But the irony of that is that Trump's statement there, as the chief executive of the United States, speaking specifically about the foreign stage, he is correct, and Jon Stewart is not. Donald Trump has accurately and adequately stated the only check on the president's power to act on the world stage. Certainly, Congress could impeach him, but that isn't a check on his actions in the moment. In the moment, the one thing that can stop him is his own morality and his own mind. And it's why we so critically elect a president with the understanding that they are the manifest representation of political power of the United States people for 4 years at a time, barring some unforeseen incident at the time of the election. The instilling and imbuing of that authority and that burden and responsibility upon a president has been present from the beginning and is one of the most critical parts of his job. It's not new or novel or coming up from some ancient, archaic doctrine. It's just what is. And to snarkily say that he has nothing in his mind when he's just stated the correct answer, one of the most correct answers you could give, actually, because the president is tempered by his own mind and his own morality, for better or worse. But to downplay that with a snarky joke because you present in one way and Donald Trump presents in another is to downplay correctness in favor of snark.
But thank you. I'm no longer.
And his audience mildly chuckles at the not really funny joke. It's not Donald Trump's wrath turned on Renee Good. And this truncation of the issue is part of the critical failing of our ability to communicate as Americans with each other. And it's propagated by the pseudo-intellectual non-analysis provided by you for decades now, in which you have convinced people that Donald Trump is personally responsible for a protester attempting to drive when there is an ICE agent too close and dealing with a use of force analysis that is apolitical and will operate irrespective of government employment or political party or political pardon. Because in this case, it is not ICE who is potentially on trial. It is the ICE agent as an individual, because if he was executing his duty and shot someone, he could not be prosecuted if the shooting was his duty. He can only be prosecuted if his actions are excessively beyond the scope of his employment. That's the only way that he can be prosecuted here, which means he is not an ICE agent because he is not acting within the scope of his duty at that point. He is just a man, just a citizen of the United States. And Trump cannot bail him out as he is not pardonable in that instance. So again, to conflate political organizations with a use of force incident that has an unfortunate outcome and a set of facts that is so firmly in favor of the individual as somehow the execution of government tyranny is about the most apropos thing Jon Stewart could do. Because Jon Stewart and his ilk are the enemy of individualism at their core. It's not that they dislike government or authority, they dislike this one. And are willing to sacrifice the sovereignty of the individual and their right to self-defense and their right to self-direction on the altar of their political allies and goals, which always involve aggregating power away from people and into their pockets. Again, this concept of forced compliance comes up. And just briefly, ICE's authority, as has been breathlessly stated on Twitter, is primarily focused on the removal of unlawfully present people and the prosecution of crimes related to that. Crimes like rape, crimes like criminal sexual conduct of other natures, crimes like child prostitution, child pornography, crimes like human trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking, crimes like murder, assault, intimidation, blackmail, extortion, all related to the illegal movement of people unlawfully present in the United States. That's the purpose of ICE. That's the execution that is going on right now. To suggest somehow that forced compliance, whatever that means, as we have a duty and obligation as governed people to comply with the laws of our government. And believe me, I don't really like that. But we still have it. To suggest that forced compliance is something going on when the artifice of government is being wielded against those unlawfully present who are not citizens is nonsense. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the very affected delivery of that. I kind of want to clip it out and not redo it later with some minor editing rather than having to really go after it. So I do apologize for that affectation, but I wanted to emulate the brilliance and gravitas of late night hosts across America.
Did John forget about the Summer of Love, where BLM and Antifa terrorized and burned down cities with next to no consequences?
No, that didn't happen. What are you talking about? Trucker Smart says, they always bring up the one time January 6th, the right did something stupid. Never do they bring up May 29th, 2020, where BLM and Antifa rushed the White House and burned the church next to it with an actual insurrection. Correct? Or took over police precincts across the country through BLM, or firebombed federal buildings in several cities, including I think Portland and Seattle, and New York, and all of that. We know all of this. We know all of this. All of this stuff happened. They don't want to talk about it because people were mad, and therefore those mad people get to have a voice. But it is amazing, right? Like when they come back and they come back from all of that, and it's like, well, but you don't get to be mad. It's like, well, how does it? Where's the consistency there? We don't need any. Uh-oh. Heads up. We've detected video in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to continue, please ensure blah, blah, blah. So if things shut off, I will be back. Don't worry. But we don't have any more of the Jon Stewart shit to do. But see, that's that one, right? Like, networks have been attempting to weasel their way into the major social media companies and reestablish their foothold on the distribution of information. They're very unhappy with the fact that some asshole somewhere can sit down and talk about something without their fucking permission. Okay. Damn, we're at 3 hours. There's a legal video, right? Like, I've got other stuff too. What else do I have in here? The Jon Stewart thing I really wanted to get to. There's this routine claim that ICE doesn't have authority over citizens, and oh my gosh. So Andy Signaler, I haven't watched it yet. Andy has done a video about this, and I may comment on it at some point. But that being said, anybody who's citing the DOJ or the Department of Homeland Security policies on Twitter, I'm immediately skeptical of, because they tend to just not read the whole policy, or they just leave out critical words. Let's see what Legal Eagle had to say. I just want to make sure. Okay, here. Looks like Kurt has also covered this, but we're not going to cover.
Hey, Legal Eagles.
We're not going to cover Kurt's coverage. We're going to cover what would do this on our own. ICE shot and killed her is the video, which is true.
You've probably seen by now.
Guys, this is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite YouTube channels to shit on, because it is quintessentially approved and supported by YouTube. Approved and supported by YouTube, and it is the polished branding of an appropriate legal commentary channel, which is perfect because Devin, or whatever person he may have imported at any particular point, is almost never right on any of this stuff. And he gets blown out repeatedly on specific matters. And that's anything involving Donald Trump or the political right. Now, he's allegedly a commercial attorney. I don't know about his legal work. It might be fine. It might be wonderful. It's probably better than mine. But what I do know is that when he talks about international law involving the United States and its political decisions, when he talks about political incidents and encounters here, or really just presidential power in general. He gets hollowed out by the Supreme Court on the regular. I almost think he must like it. Here we go.
This man looks like he gets pegged by his girlfriend's boyfriend.
I don't know if you mean me or Legal Eagle, but we'll see. All right, so here we go. Here we go. Nicholas says, I love you, Nick. Hey, what's up, girl? Someone's spreading rumors we're not friends anymore. Gay. Hit my ear canals with your rhythm stick. Yeah, I didn't pay any mind to that. I heard it and I was just like, where the fuck would that come from? Like, that was the confusing thing, but I didn't think anything of it at all. Don't worry. I'm glad to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, here we go. So here is I shot and killed her by Legal Eagle, and we're gonna talk about it.
On Wednesday, January 7th, ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed a motorist during an immigration-related operation in Minneapolis. The victim, 37-year-old Renee.
Importantly, Devin just said immigration-related operation in Minneapolis, and I don't know what he's going to say, but I want to point out that he did say that, which is critical to parts of the analysis from the start. And so just putting a pin in that idea in case I forget to talk about it later. He did shoot and kill this lady.
Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen and mother of 3.
Oh, is it really loud for you guys? Sorry about that.
Became involved or sought to legally observe the proceedings after dropping off her 6-year-old son at school that morning. She was shot in the head in the front seat of her car. The incident took place shortly after the Trump administration escalated.
I don't mean based that he shot her in the head. I mean based that she got shot in the head. Is she okay? It's hard to do.
Immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota by deploying thousands of agents in the state. Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what...
Hold on, I'm going to turn this up just a little bit more. What did he just say?
Led to the shooting, with the administration uniformly defending the agent.
Damn it.
Deadly.
Okay.
Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what led to the shooting, with the deploying thousands of agents after the Trump administration escalated immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota by deploying thousands of...
Deploying? He said deploying thousands of ICE agents. I thought he said blowing, and I'm not kidding. I just thought that's what he said, and I knew that couldn't be it. He said deploying. I'm sorry.
Not you, the Eagle Micropene. We all know that sex cross that you own is for you.
Agents in the state. Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what led to the shooting, with the administration uniformly defending the agent's deadly use of force, and seemingly everyone else saying he was 100% guilty of murder. Not surprisingly, it depends.
I'm sorry. Seemingly everyone else than the administration saying he's guilty of murder? Like, not really, though. I mean, I've seen people say that, but seemingly everyone else, I don't know if that's accurate at all.
But just hours after the shooting, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a statement blaming Miss Good for the confrontation, characterizing the fatal shooting as an act of lawful self-defense. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters that
when a mob of agitators that were harassing them...
So here's the crazy thing about what he just did. Like, he's like, oh, it's just hours after they said this. It doesn't take any time to say that this is an act of lawful self-defense. Like, it really doesn't. The analysis on this is not hard. And the facts were present immediately. Like, we've gotten other angles, we've learned more, but it's all irrelevant stuff. Because a guy got hit by a fucking car driven by a lady in a residential area as she's trying to flee police. The use of force here is not questionable. It might be questionable if after she drove away, he fired, consistently less able to target the operator of the vehicle. Like, you could see how it could have been something that could be described similarly, but we don't have to worry about that because this isn't about descriptions and recounting from eyewitnesses. Is video after video after video, but the video was there right away. And the video that was available right away essentially shows what the videos still show. And that was a justified shooting.
All day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
President Trump echoed these.
Oh shit, I missed some of these. Holly movie star. Even if he sidestepped, nothing stops her following him by turning the wheel back towards him. People make analysis like he has a time machine. Holly says, see, also, he had 1 second. People have looked for hours. I think I read the Frank Acario joining as a member. We read the 4-minute video part. Here we go. Kyle says, there's no one more responsible for the smarminess in lieu of logic, legion of socialist retards than Jon Stewart. On top of that, he's an effing sellout. Dr. Frost says, you're so back, Big Nose. When can we do shots of booze? It's going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute. Let's see. We've got FHer4615 says, why nobody is mentioning that the agent opening the door risked bodily injury too as the car moved. I've talked about the agent and the wife both being in danger at that point. Sorry if I didn't mention it specifically. And this time, I have before, so I just you get used to what you've said and sometimes forget to say it over and over, but also it kind of builds up after a while. It's like, okay, it's been said. Let's go.
Conclusions, insisting Miss Good, quote, viciously ran over the ICE officer, justifying the fatal confrontation. And as Vice President Vance has so eloquently put it, but videos posted online and witness accounts appear to contradict the official narrative. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car. As we'll talk about in some depth, analyzed from multiple angles, the video footage seems to show Miss Good's car attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car and trying to force entry.
I missed somewhere tallying up 5 more members. So we have 25 members so far today on the show. Thank you so much for that. I did read the membership. I don't know who it was. I just forgot to add them to the banner. So.
And then lurched forward in an ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation. Mayor Frey has aggressively pushed back on DHS's...
Whoa. What was that?
Seems to show Miss Good's car attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car and trying to...
Attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car, which she is not allowed to do. She cannot do that. Very importantly, cannot.
To force entry, and then lurched forward in...
They attempt to force entry, which very importantly, they can do that too, as she's not complying with the lawful order to get out of the car.
Ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation.
Ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation. Again, she's not allowed to fucking leave. She's not allowed to leave. She does not have legal authority to leave. Leaving at that point is a criminal act that puts the neighborhood in danger, specifically. Ignoring the officers and the wife, it puts the neighborhood, the public in general, into danger by her attempting to leave when she does not have the authority to do so.
Frey has aggressively pushed back on DHS's version of events.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
And now as the country reels in...
But Mayor Frey's a faggot.
In the aftermath of the shooting, Minnesota investigators say that they have to withdraw a probe into the deadly use of force after being denied access to evidence by the FBI. Now, in a non-dystopian universe...
And I don't mean that because he's gay. I mean, I think he is gay, but that's not what I mean. I mean, he's a faggot. You know what I mean?
The Justice Department would launch a comprehensive, non-biased investigation into the matter and, depending on the outcome, bring federal charges against the ICE agent who killed Miss Good. But right now, it's safe to assume the Trump-controlled DOJ will take no such legal action. Which raises the question, is Mr. Ross guilty of any crimes? And is there any feasible recourse to hold the agent liable for the death of Miss Good? Now,
no, not really, because he didn't do anything incorrect here. And if her estate tries to sue him, he's got a sovereign immunity claim at this point because he didn't act unreasonably under the circumstances. So in theory, she could try to sue him for wrongful death or deprivation of civil rights or whatever it may be. But it's going to come back to the same analysis in principle that would be applied if he were criminally charged. Now, there are different levels of proof, right? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt versus Holy fuck. More likely than not, 51%. I can't think of what it's called right now. But it doesn't really matter because sovereign immunity would be the question, which is a matter of law and goes basically off of something like a summary judgment standard. But hey, we won't need to get there because if they try, they may try and sue. There's some civil rights attorney who wants to fleece the family and the estate for money. Sure. Especially when they see those GoFundMe numbers going up, right? But he has all the legal tools in his belt. So it's likely not going to have much opportunity to hold him accountable for his lawful actions.
Remember when Ashley Babbitt jammed her car through that window at that capitalist police officer? He could have been ran over.
Yeah, no, like, and that's the thing. Someone's like, what's the difference between this and Ashley Babbitt? It's like, well, if Ashley Babbitt was in a fucking car in the Capitol building trying to run down the police, like driving at the police officer, even if she was just in there by accident, like he would be much more justified to shoot than he was at the time. And they determined that he was justified to shoot there. I may personally disagree with that, although I not with the legal analysis necessarily, but maybe that's what the legal analysis should be. I think the shooting of Ashley Babbitt, I understand it from a legal perspective. I don't like it. And I think a different outcome should maybe have been reached, but I get the arguments and they're sound, but this isn't that. If Ashley Babbitt was in a car, I would have no question that in the Capitol building, that I would have no question that they would have authority to shoot her at that point. Coraleism. What's up? Welcome to Paralegal. Thank you for joining.
I am a better lawyer than Devin. I never went to law school, but I can tell you what direction a car is going. At some point, Devin has to realize even Kurt is able to roast him. Micropene, snack tray.
He is able to roast him, but only in an Instapot.
Fatal incident took place shortly after 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday in a residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis, about a mile from where police killed George Floyd in 2020. A frame-by-frame analysis of bystander.
Police didn't kill. I mean, I guess he's saying police officer, whatever. I mean, Chauvin. Well, fentanyl killed George Floyd. That was an own goal there, I think.
And your video footage raises serious questions about the administration's narrative that Agent Ross was forced to fire defensive shots to protect the life of himself and others. Video taken by a witness shows Miss Good's vehicle.
I want to draw a quick distinction. He wasn't forced to fire defensive shots to protect the life of himself and others. He wasn't forced to do that. It was a reasonable use of force, but that doesn't mean that he was forced or compelled to do it, that it was the only option. It just means that it was a reasonable option, and that's the legal standard. And this is one thing I've noticed that Devin does sometimes is he just waters down the reality of what's going on for his own purposes. I don't know if he does it on like intentionally or just because he's stupid.
A burgundy Honda Pilot SUV, stopped in the middle of a one-way road, its engine idling. And we're now starting to see more videos from the moments leading up to the shooting. It appears that the SUV was initially parked on the side of the road and was only in the middle of the road for a relatively short amount of time before the incident began. The video taken from Mr. Ross's own cell phone shows him filming the vehicle trying to apparently record the license plate of the SUV. Good's wife, Becca, was also using her
not just the license plate. And this is critical because the precision of what happened, if you're going to tell a story that has an analysis of facts and an analysis of law, then you should aim for precision as much as possible. He appears to be filming more than the license plate. Also filming the two lesbos, and specifically filming the entire exterior of the car to the best of his ability. The reason this matters is because if he's just filming the license plate, there's only one in the back, which leads you to the improper conclusion that he would have no reason to be near the front of the vehicle because he has now taken a video of the license plate. But if you have any sense about you, you understand that he is not just filming or taking a picture of the license plate. One, because license plates can be and often are changed by these particular types of agitators. Who knows about these people? Although the wife specifically brings it up, which is curious. But they also film other identifying markers on the car, specifically they film the exterior because the exterior can help you determine the trim level, even if the markings on the back have been removed or changed, and that trim level can help with avoiding misidentification. But in this case specifically, there's also a myriad bumper stickers or window stickers or decals or whatever on the rear window. And as he circles the car, not necessarily knowing, we have no idea, what other characteristics may be present, there could be various scratches, dings, dents, paint inconsistencies, or other things that could later be compared by a picture to what is present to make sure they've avoided misidentification, because they may be improperly addressing or interfering with American citizens in the pursuit of these two people. And this is another thing that shouldn't be understated. When these people interfere with ICE and then flee and they cause annoyances and then leave, especially when their annoyances rise to criminal activity, ICE then has to track them down or have local law enforcement track them down. And in the process of doing that, there may be misidentification and deprivation of or an impact on the rights of uninvolved, unrelated people who merely have a similarly colored vehicle or something else. And that's because if these people flee and the officers haven't adequately cataloged it, they only have so much info and they have to make their best assessment. The action of fleeing isn't just an inherently dangerous one. It's also fucking annoying to other people who don't have time for this bullshit.
Phone to film him. She says,
"It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later."
And eventually Good herself says it's okay.
It's okay. And this is amazing because he's like, yeah, she says it's fine. But here's the thing. That doesn't tell us anything other than that they know that ICE is likely going to come talk to them later. The expectation of these two women is that they have interfered with ICE and will be talked to later. And that would imply that they have done this before or have talked to people who have done this before, and they know the reality that they're involved in criminal activity that may be investigated by ICE or some other law enforcement agency. That's the only thing her statements at this point actually inform us of that matter to Jonathan Ross. Jonathan Ross is not of the impression, it doesn't seem, that she's going to drive away necessarily, although he may think she is. And that may not go in his favor, although I don't think it really hurts him in any way, personally. But that would be one of those facts that maybe doesn't go in his favor because he may have suspicion that she's going to flee. But the suspicion that she's going to flee doesn't change the danger posed by someone fleeing, so it really shouldn't. But it does go to his state of mind. It's then relevant at this point. But that's brought up by the wife. But he has every reason at that point, especially, even though he already had it, to get a video or picture of the full vehicle for those identifying markers in case they do flee.
"Hey dude, I'm not mad at you."
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
And those were apparently her last words. Although
I imagine there might have been some other ones, honestly, but we may never know. But he hasn't said anything about it, but her saying that doesn't mean shit. There's a list of dead people who were just told that the person who killed them wasn't mad at them. That exists.
Bystanders were yelling at the federal agents and blowing whistles. It does not appear that Miss Good was engaged in that behavior.
Go home to Texas!
You can see federal vehicles start to approach Miss Good's SUV with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Agent Ross can be seen approaching from behind the SUV and crossing the SUV's right-hand side, all while filming the scene on his cell phone. In the crucial moments before the shooting, Miss Good rolls her SUV slightly forward into the street, then stops and waves at other motorists to go ahead of her. Two agents are seen exiting his silver pickup and approaching the SUV, telling Good to... The SUV backs up, then veers forward to the right. Seconds later, gunfire erupts.
Backs up, then veers forward to the right. Notice, even Devin has to say forward. To the right doesn't really matter. He's going to try to make it matter, I'm guessing. But he still has to acknowledge forward.
Re-examining the scene from a closer vantage point, we see Agent Ross walk around the car while filming on his cell phone, disappearing from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to get out of the car. But it's not clear who exactly those agents were or whether the driver could hear them. But it's clear one of the agents grabs the...
It's not clear whether the driver could hear them. Technically, it's not. The question we have to ask is it reasonable? Is it reasonable to assume that the driver... I mean, we don't have to ask this. It's not relevant. But if it became relevant somehow, is it reasonable to assume that she did hear her? I don't know what evidence we might have. Maybe cell phone videos from far away that all confirm that, command being given multiple times. Also, that the knowledge that her window is down and she has communicated with officers. So she doesn't seem to be deaf, although she does seem to be dumb.
Car's door handle and reaches inside, but is unsuccessful in forcing the door open. Almost simultaneously, you can see the SUV backing up and turning right in an apparent attempt to leave using a 2-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crossed...
Oh, we've now downgraded from a 3-point turn to a 2-point turn. And he's saying attempting to leave. And this is an important... I mean, not really, but it's in the social zeitgeist of this. It's important that she's attempting to leave, even though no one can know her actual motivation. Nothing says that she's attempting to leave rather than attempting to hit the officer and just being incompetent at killing him. Remembering that this is a woman driver, and it's entirely possible that if she was 1 foot away and attempted to drive forward into him, that her car would miss just because she wanted to hit him. We have no idea what the motivation is, and they have routinely, mimetically communicated to us that she was attempting to flee. We don't know that. She's shot, and her foot hits the accelerator, presumably as she's dying or after death, and then the car continues to accelerate until it hits another vehicle. She may have stopped the car, and this is, of course, an argument that people will make in a different way about Jonathan Ross's decision, because his decision put people in greater danger. That's not necessarily how the courts look at it. But that being said, we don't know what she was going to do. We cannot assume her motivation just because her dumb wife said, drive, drive, drive. Maybe she was just telling her to stop reversing and put it in drive because she was supposed to put it in drive first. Who knows? Who knows what that command is? But we don't know that she's attempting to leave. She could be attempting to hit him. She could be attempting to drive it across the street and hit the other house. And the officer, jokes aside, the officer has to figure out if he can tell what she's trying to do at all and make his best guess on what to do in response to that. And it's an almost impossible task. Courts recognize this, by the way. They've dealt with this several times.
Devin also said Kyle had no reason to shoot. Devin was wrong then and is wrong now. He is unable to comprehend that people don't have to die just to fulfill his fear of weapons.
crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with his right hand.
thank you for
To me,
the
it looks
tip.
like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward.
That's because you're dumb and haven't actually looked. Why don't you play it? You can see that he does not unholster his weapon until the car tires have spun and the car has moved forward, but the car tires are spinning forward. He says he draws his weapon before, but I'll give it to Devin. Even if he did, the revving of the engine plausibly, reasonably would indicate that the car is about to move. And this officer may not know which direction it's going to move, and it doesn't really matter because it is beset on all sides by officers, as he stated earlier, plus the wife.
The door open. Almost simultaneously, you can see the SUV backing up and
Okay, here we go. We're going to watch this tire spin in just a second.
turning right in an apparent.
There was. Now, I want to point something out because it's amazing. We have video. So we know right now that this wheel is spinning. And we know that this officer's hand has just, at this point, just now, I know it's hard to see because it's over on the side. I'll make it bigger. Okay, we know right here the car is moving forward. We can see that. Now, as this officer's sidearm comes into frame, you can see that it is just being extracted now. But this car has already moved significant distance. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Everybody who keeps saying, I know you guys know this, but everybody who keeps saying that, oh, no, he didn't draw, or he drew before the car moved or whatever, that's demonstrably incorrect.
Attempt to leave using a 2-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun.
We actually don't know that he's crossing here, and I pointed that out earlier with the other video. I won't go back through it, but this is a fixed perspective on this car, which means the camera is tracking the car, which means that everything else is appearing to move while the car is moving. We don't know if he's crossing at this point. I believe he may have already stopped.
With his right hand. To me, it looks like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward. He opens fire on Miss Good and continues shooting as she drives past him. At no point does Agent Ross appear to drop the cell phone carried in his left hand, and that's bolstered by the footage he took on that cell phone.
Hey, what's up, Scarlett? Scarlett says it's winter. She can't drive stick. She needs snow tires. I don't know if she needs them anymore. She had a crash course in Minnesota driving.
Phone continuously during the shooting, which we'll talk about in a second. Looking more closely at the moment Agent Ross fires, he appears to be standing to camera left of the SUV while the SUV's tires are pointed all the way to the right away from him. And things are happening fast, and it's not clear if Mr. Ross is in front of or partially in front of the car at the time that the first shot is fired. But
oh, look, that was fun. Do you see that? That's called fucking pretend, because this isn't a real thing. This is made with AI or some other software. Like, oh, look, he could have been here or here. Like, he could have been anywhere, really. Thanks.
But it does appear clear that by the time the second and possibly third shots are fired, he is fully to the side of the vehicle. Reports are that the second and third shots were fired through the open driver's side window. It's unknown at this time which of the shots made contact or were fatal. This contradicts the...
I don't know if I've said this. I want to point this out. The DHS use of force manual that people keep citing to about not firing at a fleeing vehicle, et cetera, specifically carves out an exception that the officer, if they believe deadly force is necessary to prevent reasonable fear of imminent bodily harm, all of that stuff, is not to fire at a fleeing vehicle, but is specifically to fire at the vehicle's operator. That the operator is the threat, and that if they believe that deadly force is necessary to end that threat, firing at the operator is authorized. His actions in firing at the operator of the vehicle through the side window, specifically if he can reasonably articulate the fear of imminent death, were exactly what he's trained to do. Exactly what he's trained to do. Not against his training. People keep saying that you're not allowed to fire at a fleeing vehicle. You're not allowed to fire at a fleeing vehicle, although you still can if you believe deadly force reasonably can stop an imminent threat, etc. It just gets harder and harder the farther that vehicle gets actually away from you and other people, right? Like, and then the calculus changes as you go. But being hit by a car that is still a danger to you and is about to flee, and you have a shot at the operator, you are allowed to take that shot. That is the training. So everybody's wrong.
Administration's allegations that Ms. Good was running him over or attempting to run over Mr. Ross when he fired at her. Although other grainier video footage filmed from a different angle could appear to...
The grainier footage thing is that's like a thing that has been delivered out, which is amazing because I've seen it multiple times. This other grainy video. It's like it's still very clear about what happened. The lower resolution don't change it. Hocus pocus, out of focus.
Support this conclusion, but when this footage is synchronized with the closer footage, it's clear that Agent Ross was not run over by the SUV and in fact emerged unscathed. After being shot in the head, Miss Good's...
It's not clear that he emerged unscathed. It's clear that he emerged not dead. Now, he allegedly went to the hospital. I don't believe he was significantly or severely injured, but I don't know. And it's not clear from this, just because someone is walking does not mean that they are unscathed or even not seriously injured. Being struck in the midsection by anything, including a fist, can lead to injuries that manifest at a later time. Now, I don't know of anything like that happening, but very easy for Devin to assume this shit without any scintilla of evidence.
SUV then veers into a white car parked further down the road before crashing to a stop. The agents witnessing the scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care to Miss Good. Eventually, Agent Ross approaches the vehicles and instructs his colleagues to call 911. Other agents can be seen blocking several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse. No. Back up now. I'm a physician. I don't care.
Going back to the footage that Mr. Ross took himself, there's a couple of things that we can glean from this. Number one is that Miss Good appears very calm as a driver, arguably snarky.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Which might have been her undoing. There seem to be conflicting orders.
I don't think her being snarky was her undoing. I think it was putting her foot on the accelerator with a federal agent in front of the car. Like, that seems... this is one of those wild aggregations of multiple facts with specious connection and reasoning being applied. Here's the thing that Bronca and I didn't even discuss, because we talked about the ICE agents initiating the encounter, which is true. But Ross didn't initiate the encounter. Ross doesn't do anything that we have seen that in any way indicates that he is even attempting to arrest this person or anything else. And they've come to the conclusion that his intention was to kill her because of her snark or anything like that. His reaction to what's going on is about the most pure in the entire place, because he isn't the one who initiates the contact with the vehicle or tells her to stop or get out. He's reacting to that. And I haven't seen that discussed enough, but again, it doesn't really matter.
Some people are yelling, get out. Some are yelling, get out of the car. You can also see clearly from Mr. Ross's vantage point that Miss Good is looking all the way away from him as she backs up and also turns.
This is very, very tempting to be stupid here. Like legal. This is not his vantage point. This is his cell phone. His cell phone's vantage point in his left hand, which he is now reacting to a vehicle that wasn't moving, that is moving in close proximity to him, two other agents, and a woman. We have no idea where his eyes are looking. It's very tempting for people to assume that Ross, in this moment, sees what's on the cell phone. We don't know that at all. Scarlett says, load of problems with auto transmissions, less miles per gallon. Also, like, It's a little bit fun to drive a manual too. They've gotten pretty good. I don't get to drive them all the time, but
the wheel all the way to the right. In other words, turning to get out of that situation and not towards any of the agents. You can also tell from the footage that the engine is revving at this time, indicating that the car is going to speed up. But at the same time, this is all taking place at a very low rate of speed, close to zero, as she's doing what is obviously a 2-point turn. At the same time that another agent appears to be lunging into the driver's side door in an effort to apparently turn the wheel to the left towards the agents. You can also see Ross.
This is one of the most ignorant or like nefarious characterizations of what's happening. An agent or officer who is attempting to open a door with the handle and is unsuccessful, and there's an open window, is almost guaranteed to be reaching into the vehicle to attempt to manually unlatch the door from the inside, which will override the locking mechanism automatically on many, many vehicles. That is the almost guaranteed. It does not seem like he would have any reason to turn the vehicle wheel to the left. As Devin suggests here, I can't think of any purpose for that or any indication that that's true. But hey, what do I know? Like, I literally don't know. But my point is not that I'm right. I am, but who cares if I am? My point is Devin can't know what he says. He makes this shit up all the time. Well, likely someone else does.
Switches his phone from his right hand to his left that frees up his right hand to pull out his firearm. But it's also clear that he never drops the phone and continues recording in his left hand while simultaneously taking his firearm out with his right hand.
What do you want him to do? Stop recording and put the phone in his pocket as he's drawing his gun? What are we talking about? He also, as we know from the other video, he switches the phone into his hand before the car moves, and he does it likely, we don't know, but likely in response to the woman aggressively following and taunting him, and he now might have to deal with physically.
And shoots at least twice.
At least twice? Did you phone this in? There's 3 shots, obviously.
It also seems pretty clear that the reason he was arguably in front of the car was for video recording purposes, and that at any time he could have gotten out of the way. And I will.
Whoa. Okay, the first part, it seems like he was there for video recording purposes. Yeah, okay. Any time he could have gotten out of the way. Well, wait, what are you talking about? That's an impossible statement. 1, at any time, he doesn't need to get out of the way. This car is stationary and is supposed to remain stationary. 2, the time between that car starting to move and hitting him is really fast. And to suggest that he could have just at any time moved is dishonest. Well, I repeat
opine at this time that holding your cell phone in one hand while firing with the other seems pretty reckless. If
he probably didn't want to do that, you dummy. Also, no, that's a badass point of view. Blah, 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 blah. Got him. What are you talking? This guy.
Not depraved indifference to the human life.
You want to come out?
It's not depraved indifference to human life that he was already holding a cell phone and that he had to draw his sidearm with his right hand. There's nothing he can do with this hand to make the act of drawing that sidearm any better. Arguably, had he dropped the cell phone, he could have taken a two-handed grip on his pistol to maybe stabilize it. But guess what? He's an expert marksman. Literally, I believe we've found out that he's got excellent marksmanship credentials and demonstrated them by not needing to stabilize with a left hand, but rather executing the shots excellently with his right hand only. That's not depraved indifference to human life. That's experience, training, and, good mechanical reaction.
Yes. I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna. The problem is she didn't take his sandwich order as she was driving away, and so he was like, "Hey, stop!" Blip, blip, blip.
Car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
He had so much time in that moment to like put his cell phone down, like maybe silent it, put on D&D, do not disturb, so like he doesn't get called while he's going to shoot the woman, like obviously.
Now, given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation, and the fact that this video comes seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely that
that's not true at all, what he just said.
Now, given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation,
that's not true. The Trump administration has expressly, well, I don't know that they have, but their FBI under Trump's DOJ has taken over the investigation. Not that they're refusing to participate. They are doing the investigation. Minnesota BCA and the Hennepin County and Minneapolis police are disallowed from participating in it, probably because of the overt political statements prejudicial to the potential accused by the mayor and the governor, and the implication that any prosecution in Minnesota would be based on political animus rather than an objective investigation. It was absolutely appropriate for BCA to be snuffed out, not because of BCA though, because of Mayor Frey and Tim Walz. There's no way the federal government can allow a state to participate in a political prosecution of their federal agent and assist the state in doing so. That's crazy town. But all they had to do was shut the fuck up, because the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office was allowing BCA and the Minneapolis police to participate in the investigation up until Frey and Walz opened their mouths. Hold on one second. Hey, I got a Cash App from Deborah. Thank you. Says, is this you? This is me. This is me. Thank you so much. It's very, very, very appreciated. There we go.
and the fact that this video comes seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely this video was leaked by either Mr. Ross himself or someone in the chain of custody at the Department of Homeland Security, probably because they think that this video is exculpatory, which seems likely given that it was leaked to a right-wing news source. And as is the case in many instances, evidence can and often does support two diametrically opposed arguments at the same time. But from all angles, the
no, it really doesn't.
video footage depicts a hostile, clumsy, and unnecessarily violent operation. The Minnesota official...
Wait, where? Where is it hostile, clumsy, or unnecessarily violent? The amount of violence used is literally the minimum to stop the threat. That's it. That's the amount of violence used. There's no other violent action in there. If you're going to say there was violence against a door handle because they tried to open the door, then you're stupid.
...have stated their intent to hold unlawful actors in the shooting incident criminally accountable. And to bring charges against a peace officer for the use of deadly force, the state must be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer's use of deadly force was not justified.
I actually read this this policy online. I wonder if they stole this idea from me, because it's from the Hennepin County attorney.
Section 609.066 of the Minnesota Code governs the authorized use of deadly force by peace officers. Now, assuming for purposes of this analysis that the offending ICE agent would be deemed a peace officer, which is not 100% certain, there's not a lot of case law on this, there is a possibility that a Minnesota jury could convict the ICE agent under the present circumstances. How likely that would be remains to be seen. Now, Minnesota's applicable statute...
What? In theory, I guess, except the ICE agent would be able to remove it to federal court and you wouldn't get a Minnesota jury.
It permits the use of deadly force when, quote, an objectively reasonable officer...
Especially because, like, again... Walz and Frey have made statements overtly prejudicing Jonathan Ross. So have other lawmakers. And But Walz and Frey specifically, so the mayor of Minneapolis, as well as the governor of Minnesota, how on earth are you going to suggest that there could be, and they've also, Governor Walz has also said that they were going to employ the National Guard to fight ICE, fight the federal government. There's no way you can argue fair trial here, and he would be entitled to removal anyway. So he'd be entitled to removal to federal court, which I guess would be in the 8th Circuit. However, I would suggest easy grounds for a change of venue to wherever he lives would be the more appropriate thing. But maybe he lives here in Minnesota. I'm not sure. But if he does live in Minnesota, a change of venue to somewhere else, like Texas maybe might be better.
Would believe, based on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary to protect the peace officer or another from death or great bodily harm, provided that the threat can be articulated with specificity, is reasonably likely to occur absent action by the law enforcement officer, and must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay. Now, the statute also permits the use of deadly force to, quote, affect the arrest or capture or prevent the escape of a person whom the peace officer knows or has reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, and the officer
reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, which is kind of like driving a car at a officer, but also prevent the escape, and they believe they will cause death or great bodily harm to another person under the threat criteria unless immediately apprehended. Now, again, they don't have to say who this person is, and a member of the public that may not even be present is theoretically at risk here. And there's a lot of case law to support the idea that courts recognize a fleeing felon, or actually fleeing a misdemeanor specifically, but fleeing felon, fleeing a misdemeanor, either one, poses a significant risk of deadly force, death or great bodily harm to the community and public at large. Scarlett says DMV should teach women to handle the wheel. I mean, I guess they don't need the DMV's help learning how to handle stick, right?
officer reasonably believes that person will cause the death or great bodily harm to another person unless immediately apprehended. As stated by the city attorney's office of Hennepin County, where the incident took place, this statute provides a, quote, significant defense to criminal charges brought against an officer accused of the use of deadly force. And under this defendant-friendly statute, it would be difficult, but not necessarily impossible, to prosecute Agent Ross for the unlawful use of deadly force. Turning back to the footage, Agent Ross might have a viable argument in his favor based on his first shot into Miss Good's SUV. At the time of the first shot, Agent Ross
may have an argument in his favor. No, he has a great argument in his favor based on the first shot, but also the second and third.
Ross appears to be positioned maybe slightly in front of the SUV, which would be consistent with the corresponding bullet hole appearing in the front of the windshield in later footage. It is possible that a jury would believe an objectively reasonable officer would believe the deadly force was necessary to protect him or herself from death or great bodily harm when they're standing in front of, or at least partially in front of, a moving vehicle.
Okay, what he just said there, if it's possible for a jury to believe it, you have not gone beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, the practical application of law and all of that as caveats. If it's possible that a jury believes that, that is by definition reasonable doubt.
The statute itself says that the decision of the peace officer to use deadly force is evaluated under the totality of the circumstances, which, quote, shall account for occasions when officers may be forced to make quick judgments about using deadly force. And you can certainly imagine a situation where a driver was driving 100 miles an hour directly towards an officer with the intent to kill that officer.
I mean, you can imagine that. You can also imagine a billion other things. But the crazy thing is, if the guy was driving 100 miles an hour at the officer, there's almost no way that the officer is in close proximity to that vehicle and would likely have more time to get out of the way of an oncoming 100-mile-an-hour vehicle than he would a vehicle going from a stop who's only 3 to 4 feet away. Because we're not stupid. Physics is real, and the acceleration time of damn near any road-ready car to get up to 100 miles an hour would be significant. My car, I can get to 100 miles an hour in between 6 and 10 seconds, I think. I haven't really tried it specifically, but the 0 to 60 time is under 4 seconds. So logical extension, you could get there by 6 to 10 seconds. I don't think that would be an issue. But 6 to 10 seconds is a long time and a lot of space when you're going that fast. Trust me. This is in a residential area. So, but the idea of getting to 100 miles an hour requires a significant buildup of time, which means the car is already going. It has to be far away. It's not going to teleport behind him at 100 miles an hour.
Of course, this doesn't appear to be that situation. The SUV's tires here appear to be pointed away from Agent Ross at the time that the first shot is fired, which would undermine the self-defense claim under the state statutes. Her hands appear to be turning the wheel to the right.
They don't. They don't undermine the self-defense claim. Again, even if he's to the side of the car completely, her fleeing this stop in a residential area at a high rate of speed or acceleration is reasonably deadly force in many circumstances. Not all, but in many. And he has the opportunity to use deadly force at the point that he does, even if he's not in front of the car. But he was in front of the car. He's struck by the car. But even if he's not, because he might be dragged, something might catch his clothing, drag him down under the wheels. The driver might stop turning. The driver might turn the wheel back. The driver might back up and run them over. The driver might hit the woman. The driver might hit anybody. Cheryl Fodel says, good morning. I can't believe you're still streaming when I just got up. I'll be part of the rewatch as usual. I can't start this late into the show. Have a great day, Nick. Hey, thank you, Cheryl. I hope you enjoy the rewatch. Thanks for joining us for a minute. What do we got here? For whatever reason, this super tip is not playing.
Just curious, what's your take on this guy's intentions here? Do you think he believes his own bullshit, or is he just playing the game for views?
Yes.
Right? Further, at the time that the first shot is fired, the car is not speeding towards Agent Ross, but rather pulling away at an extremely low rate of speed. Thousands of motorists are pulled over every day. Revving the engine doesn't give the highway patrol a license to murder the driver. And it's much harder to make the argument that you were acting reasonably.
Those are such different scenarios, because if the driver is pulling away, you may, the part of the calculation is, can you make the shot? The fact that you can use deadly force, which would be shooting at a vehicle, like shooting a gun is deadly force, does not make the deadly force you can execute in that moment the same as some other deadly force. And that's part of the consideration. Again, in this case, when he's shooting into the window, he's using deadly force in a way where it's likely to affect the death as intended. That's the purpose. That makes it more likely when you're close to do it. The farther away they get from behind, from the passenger side, all these considerations, this all goes to the reasonableness.
And fearing for your life while recording video continuously in one hand and pulling out your gun in the other like a Kimbo D.
Recording video continuously now is just having the recording still going. This isn't the fucking reels of the 1910s or the aughts where you have to sit there and keep the frames going with the film reel. What are we talking about, Devin? How dumb are you? It just happens. You press record, which he was already doing, and it just goes. It would be more weird for him to stop the recording.
Eagles. But certainly nothing is a given when prosecuting law enforcement officers, just ask Rodney King. And section 609.066 is extremely favorable to the officers themselves. But it's also possible that the analysis is different for the subsequent shots or shot fired by Mr. Ross. and may not be justified under the Minnesota statute. Unlike the first shot that Mr. Ross arguably took in front of or partially in front of the vehicle, these later shots were taken.
He just keeps having to say arguably in front of or partially, because he knows he's fucking wrong.
From the side of the vehicle. Assuming that Ms. Good has committed some sort of felony here, the U.S. Supreme Court...
She has. Her leaving the scene is a felony. Devin, your intern didn't research that, I guess. Leaving the scene in a vehicle is a felony in and of itself. But driving at the officer is a felony if she intends to cause harm or whatever. But here's the thing. He doesn't have to know that she's guilty. He just has to reasonably believe that a felony is occurring at this point, which is reasonable to believe so because she does drive, you dummy.
Court has addressed the use of deadly force in the apprehension of a fleeing felon in Tennessee versus Gardner. There, the court explained that, quote, the use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable.
Yes, all of them, whatever the circumstances, which means that it's not a blanket allowance. If he presents this as like it's not constitutionally reasonable to shoot at a fleeing suspect, he's fucking retarded. That's not what it says.
It is not better that all felony suspects die than that they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so.
Right, because here's the thing. You can't use deadly force to prevent someone or to prevent someone from leaving because you can't use deadly force unless they pose a threat. But the act of fleeing presumptively is a threat to the people around. There are circumstances where sometimes fleeing doesn't have anyone around, like if they're driving through a field or something like that. Those are rare. Speeding through a city is not a circumstance where fleeing does not pose a threat.
Here, interpreting the Minnesota statute under the limitations imposed by Garner, it's difficult to conceive of any reasonable grounds for Agent Ross to believe that Miss Good's attempt to drive away from the ICE agents would cause death or bodily harm to any.
That's insane. This is an insanely stupid take. Because again, even if they're not in front of the vehicle, they're in close proximity and they are at risk at that point. You could maybe argue that they're not, but they are. And the courts recognize that officers in the immediate vicinity have a reasonable fear. Now, you can kind of get around, like I guess you could convince a jury that their fear from the side of the car is going to be unreasonable, I guess. But I can't think of any cop who's going to come in and testify, yeah, like I'm on the side of the car and someone's trying to drive away. That's fine. This is such a weird point in position for him. I mean, not really.
Anyone so as to justify her shooting. Now, given that ICE is trying to add everyone's information to their databases, it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, and private social media accounts can't search sites directly on Google sneezing for me, edit and publish trainer for the second he's to the side. So sign up for incognito or I'll see you in court. And it also seems that
Hey, Devin, give me an affiliate link for your fucking service. I'll make you money.
Potential reasonability argument that Mr. Ross was in fear of his life evaporates the second he's to the side of the car. And additionally, use of force experts analyzing the video footage of the incident have also questioned Mr. Ross's decision to shoot at a moving vehicle at all. Most police departments, including Hennepin County's,
use of force experts. Who? Credential them. What makes them experts? What are their names? Where have they testified? Let's voir dire them. A lot of people on Twitter say, I'm a use of force expert. Yeah, me too.
Urge shooting at a moving vehicle because deadly force is unlikely to stop a car and could endanger bystanders. Now, it's also not 100% clear that an ICE agent qualifies as a peace officer for purposes of Minnesota's use of deadly force statute. And if so, then Mr. Ross could attempt to defend against a murder charge on the basis of self-defense under Minnesota law. But under this...
Yeah, okay. That's probably right. There is some ambiguity as to whether or not a peace officer encompasses an ICE agent. But I have a feeling it does. But let's just go ahead and say that it doesn't. then he's definitely entitled to removal to federal court, where he has a common law defense under Garner, which is broader than the Minnesota one. If he's not a peace officer, it is a better option, which he already has, but he definitely has at that point. Minnesota could make an argument that the peace officer statute actually provides a comparable level of defense for Garner. I disagree, or I think it's Garner. Garner or the other one. Doesn't matter. They can make the argument that it provides a comparable level of defense and therefore removal is not proper. That is a possibility. I don't agree with that. But if you remove the peace officer protection specifically, then you definitely have, it's not Garner. It's the one that starts with a B. The removal grounds. And again, this is insane.
Scenario, the state would bear the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross was not acting in self-defense at the time he shot Miss Good. But under these circumstances, Mr. Ross would find it difficult, if not impossible, to prevail on a self-defense claim, given that Minnesota's self-defense law applies only where the accused was not the aggressor and imposes a duty to retreat.
Police officers and federal agents don't have a duty to retreat. Also, the duty to retreat must be reasonably ascertained. Do they have a reasonable opportunity to retreat? And finally, he is not the aggressor. Like, that is obvious that he is not the aggressor in this case. Like, what has he done to aggress in any way?
To defeat a claim of self-defense, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that at least one of the four elements of self-defense, the absence of aggression or provocation in the part of the officer, to the officer's actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger or death or great bodily harm, and that the action taken was necessary to avert that danger, the existence of reasonable grounds for that belief, and the absence of reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And I think a jury would be hard-pressed to find that Mr. Ross did not engage in the aggression or provocation that ultimately resulted in the shooting. Video footage shows Mr. Ross approaching Miss Good's SUV, encircling it on the right side as he
This is not an aggressive act. What are we talking about?
Takes video with his phone and re-emerging near the driver's front side of the car. And he first draws his gun as the SUV reverses away from him. And while
again, first of all, it doesn't. He doesn't do that. But second of all, he is entitled to draw that gun when she starts reversing, because the reverse also puts people in danger.
The aggressor in an incident generally has no right to claim self-defense under Minnesota law. An original aggressor can still claim self-defense if he actually and in good faith.
Original aggressor. Once you say, like, even if you say what he draws when she's backing up, he's not the aggressor at that point at all. An officer drawing their weapon is not deadly force. The pulling of the trigger is deadly force, and the drawing of the weapon by an officer to effect arrest or detention or other lawful purpose is specifically not deadly force. Like, that's, I don't know, and is not an aggressive act. That, like, this is crazy town.
Faith withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal expressly or impliedly to his intended victim. But here, the video footage shows no withdrawal or communication of withdrawal. To the contrary, it shows
when that's reasonable, but also he's not the aggressor. This analysis is insane because it adds aggression where aggression isn't. Being around this lady isn't aggressive.
Mr. Ross originally instigating the incident and then proceeding with the escalation of tactics, nearing the vehicle, drawing his weapon, and
what escalation tactic are you fucking talking about? You've already said he's going around the vehicle and filming it. That's actually a de-escalation tactic. It's crazy to think this, by the way, but here's the truth that other people may not say. Ross is de-escalating this. And I believe that Ross intends for her to leave. And I think that Ross may actually testify to that. He is under the impression she is going to go. Not flee, go. He's identifying the vehicle. The other agents walk up and change the scenario. But Ross didn't do that. Ross appears to be gathering information to allow them the opportunity to leave, because that is his primary purpose. Other officers come up and say, get the fuck out of the car. They're now not free to leave. They were free to leave earlier. They're not free now. Now he has to change what's going on, but that does not make him the aggressor. And he's not engaged in an aggressive act here.
Aiming it at Miss Good. And another hurdle facing Mr. Ross in a self-defense analysis is his failure to retreat. A valid self-defense claim requires the, quote, absence of a reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And the Minnesota Supreme Court has explained that a reasonable opportunity to retreat exists if there are, quote, options for escape or avoidance of peril rather than directly confronting someone. And
he's only under a duty to retreat under a non-police officer analysis, which would, again, he would remove to federal court rather than being bound by citizenship use of force analysis or civilian use of force analysis under state law, if that were the case. So if he's under the peace officer statute, he has no duty to retreat, and he likely is under the peace officer statute. But again, even if he's not, he has a right to removal at that point, because requiring him to retreat is a lower level of protection than what is afforded at the federal level. So again, like, this is dumb analysis by Devin, but even so, his opportunity to retreat must be an actual opportunity to retreat. Having to predict that someone will drive at you and then get out of their way is not it. But let me pose one more thing. He does exercise his duty to retreat. As they've told us, he's on the side of the vehicle. He's on the side of the vehicle, right? They keep saying that. He's moving. He is in the process of retreating, and the car makes contact with him. His opportunity to retreat is now obliterated, literally, by the contact of the car. And he is no longer able to retreat at that point in any reasonable capacity. So how, under all analysis, Devin's wrong.
Here, the video footage shows that Mr. Ross had time to get out of the way of the SUV because he did. Mr. Ross was not trapped. He was not unfettered in his ability to escape, back away, or otherwise protect himself. And in fact,
that's not the standard.
In fact, he had the opportunity to take out his gun and shoot the driver. If I was the prosecutor,
having the opportunity to pull a gun is not the same as being able to retreat. In fact, that's literally self-defense law, is that you have to be able to retreat, or you can draw the gun and fire, which doesn't make any sense under your analysis. Oh, he had time to draw the gun and fire. Yeah, because he didn't have time to retreat, stupid. What the fuck are you talking about?
I would certainly argue that a reasonable officer would have done everything that they can to get out of the way first before even thinking of unholstering their firearm. And of course, maybe put the video camera down too. Mr. Ross did neither, and
put the video camera down. When?
Still was seemingly unscathed. This failure to retreat or safely avoid the confrontation before resorting to force likely dooms any claim of self-defense in a non-peace officer scenario. On top of that, the state could argue that Mr. Ross did not have a reasonable basis to believe that he was in imminent danger of death and that the discharge of his firearm was necessary to avert that danger. That's because an objective standard applies to the amount of force used. In other words, the force must be proportionate to the threat and limited to that which would appear to be necessary to a reasonable person under the circumstances. Lastly, it's come to light that
he's under a reasonable officer, not a reasonable person, but that is under the circumstances. And what is the alternative to stop the threat?
Mr. Ross is a 10-year veteran of ICE and was involved in the prior months in a similar situation that did result in his injury. And although Mr. Ross would likely argue that his past experience of being dragged by a car in a previous ICE enforcement operation demonstrates his actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm, the state might use that same evidence to show that he was still traumatized by that incident and his belief was unreasonable. Now,
that's insane. He was actually subject to great bodily harm by being dragged. So his belief being unreasonable in the presence of a vehicle, which may drag him, is insane. Like, this is flat out fucking stupid, backwards, and wrong. But it also shows that an objective officer, which they can provide tons of evidence of this, an objective officer at any scene, objectively, reasonably believes they're in danger when a car starts driving at them.
As if the shooting itself couldn't have gotten any worse, towards the end of the video footage, we see other federal agents impeding a physician's attempt to render aid.
We don't know that that's a physician. Neither do they. They have no duty to allow that guy to render aid. That's not their purpose.
Or to check the pulse of Miss Good as she lay slumped over the steering wheel of her car.
Completely
Witnesses
wrong.
also report that ICE vehicles blocked an ambulance that arrived on the scene. These obstructions of medical aid could prove further grounds for liability.
They can't. ICE vehicles obstructing an ambulance has nothing to do with whether Jonathan Ross should pull the trigger when he did.
Against the agents under Minnesota law. Minnesota statute section 609.662 imposes a duty to render aid to shooting victims. Specifically, the statute provides the quote, a person who discharges a firearm and knows or has reason to know that the discharge has caused bodily harm to another person shall 1, immediately investigate the extent of the person's injuries, and 2, render immediate reasonable assistance to the injured person. If the victim suffers death or great bodily harm as a result of the discharge, the person who discharged the firearm is subject to imprisonment of up to 2 years and or fines up to $4,000. Here, although Mr. Ross does appear to take his time in checking on Miss Good's condition and instructing his colleagues to call 911, his response might be deemed inadequate given that he's whisked away just seconds later. But it's also possible that response does meet the statutory obligations.
Yeah, him being whisked away makes perfect sense under the circumstances of they're in a hostile area with someone who just tried to run them over and people are screaming and yelling at them and they need to secure their own safety. But hey.
And to the extent that ICE agents might have deterred bystanders and ambulances from reaching Miss Good to administer aid, those agents may also be liable under Minnesota statute 609.50, which prohibits the obstruction of legal process. That law subjects liability to anyone who, among other things, intentionally interferes with or obstructs a member of an ambulance personnel crew who is providing or attempting to provide emergency care. And the reports are that
intentionally blocks it or obstructs it.
It took a significant amount of time for the ambulances to appear. ICE agents did not allow ambulances to park next to the victim, and as a result, they were forced to walk a significant distance to render aid.
Yeah, that's they're going to lose that every single time because you now have a potential crime scene and there's no specific purpose to have the ambulance show up like in one specific spot rather than nearby. Again, reasonableness here.
And the penalty for any such violation where the accused knew or had reason to know his obstruction created a risk of or actual death or substantial bodily harm is subject to imprisonment of up to 5 years and fines of up to $10,000.
That's going to happen.
And less significantly, Minnesota's Good Samaritan law imposes a general duty to assist a person at the scene of an emergency who is exposed to or has suffered great physical harm, but the violation of this law results only in misdemeanor liability. And finally...
Yeah, and likely has some problems with application in this circumstance.
Criminal liability may also be available for the other ICE agents involved in the obstruction of medical care if it's found that these officers...
Charlie. Nick, what matters is what you present to a jury. You have to get to jury first. And here's the deal. Like, what do you think is going to be presented to a jury in this case? What thing do you think is going to be presented from the evidence you've seen so far anywhere that is going to lead to liability or what is going to be failed to present to a jury that is going to lead to the guilt of this person? But that's not actually correct because in this case, you have to get to charging. And not only do you have to get to charging the officer, you then have to get past any immunity issues and dismissal as a matter of law. You have to do that because a retarded case doesn't have to go to trial. So you're down the road here, but the real likely outcome is no charge. Minnesota doesn't get to participate in this investigation, which means they don't have the evidence, which means they shouldn't have sufficient probable cause to even charge this guy. But maybe they try, I guess. Good luck. But even if they do, federal removal. He could still go to trial in federal court. They're going to have a rough go of this trial against him.
Actions or failures to act.
And again, the likely outcome, because there doesn't actually seem to be a criminal act, that the court or any reasonable jury could come to a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt that he's guilty and doesn't have the relevant defense factors under the law. They're not going to charge him, dude.
Resulted in a death that could have been prevented by earlier medical treatment under Minnesota Statute 609.205. With all this said, it remains unclear whether the state will in fact press charges. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has stated that anyone who broke the law as part of this incident will be held accountable. And the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office has already stated it has...
Good luck. Again, you likely don't have the authority to even charge this guy.
...jurisdiction to bring criminal charges against federal officers involved in the shooting. Although the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension initially said it was partnering with the FBI to conduct a joint investigation into the shooting, it later announced that it has been notified by the FBI that the investigation would be led.
Charlie says, the jury is made of simple, normal people. I know you're on the jury. I got it. They would see your bullshit as bullshit, Nick. It's not mine. Holy fuck. But some of these issues are matters of law, not jury questions. You're missing out on some of this stuff. Minnesota is going right now. Minnesota is at a deficit of evidence that they have access to, that they would even be able to bring. If you can't investigate the crime, how are you going to get to probable cause that he's guilty? What are you going to present for the charging?
Solely by the FBI, and that the Minnesota Bureau...
You said, Charlie says, I'm missing nothing. Chromosomes.
Would no longer have access to case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. The Bureau further stated it may not be able to present a case for prosecution without access to evidence gathered at the scene of the fatality.
Hey, weird.
Especially when it's in the possession of the federal government. But then, of course, there are the immunity issues. Now, despite what noted Yale law graduate J.D. Vance says, federal officers do not have absolute immunity simply by virtue of being federal agents.
No, they have absolute immunity in the commission of their duties, which is what he said. And that's true. They can be charged even though they're working, but that means that, like in this case, they would have to be able to show beyond a reasonable doubt and by probable cause that the force was excessive, which would take them out of their official duties. But hey, what's language?
This is, at best, a misunderstanding of established law. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution does provide some immunity, but it does not give federal officers automatic immunity from state criminal law. We've talked a lot on this channel about qualified immunity, but that's in the context generally of civil suits against state law enforcement officers. Here you have the potential of state criminal law applying to federal officers. That doctrine comes from cases that we've actually talked about many times, like in Ray Nagel, which held that states cannot prosecute federal officers for actions that were authorized by federal law and necessary and proper to carry out federal duties. But that protection is conditional. It's not enough that the person is a federal officer or was on duty.
His quibble is absolute, but he didn't say absolute immunity. He said absolute immunity in the commission of their duties.
Courts ask whether the officer was performing a federal function and whether the specific conduct was reasonably related to that function. If the conduct was excessive...
You're right. The ICE agent probably wasn't doing his job and his conduct wasn't related to it. But again, if it's excessive, then he's not in the commission of his official duties. So...
reckless, or unrelated to legitimate enforcement needs, the Supremacy Clause...
Charlie, you're not calling me. And also, no, you're retarded. I don't want to take your call. Who the fuck are you? You are nobody to me. Have fun.
Arguably doesn't block state prosecution. So the legal question is not, was this an ICE agent, but was this killing necessary and proper to carrying out federal immigration law? The Supremacy Clause defense is fact-intensive and usually cannot be resolved just by holding up a CBP or ICE badge. States may prosecute federal officers if they act outside of the scope of their federally authorized duties or violate state criminal law in ways that are neither necessary nor proper to carry out their mission. But there aren't really many recent examples of state law enforcement charging federal agents. but it does happen on occasion. In a case called Battle versus the State of Maryland, a state court allowed the criminal prosecution of a federal DHS agent to go forward after he assaulted someone during an off-duty altercation at a convenience store.
Listen to how he had to get past federal immunity. Off-duty altercation at a convenience store assault. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds... Oh, that's comparable. That's
Mr. Battle claimed that he had a right to make a warrantless arrest of the victim he got in an argument with.
Aaron C. says, Nick, take my call, you're dumb and stuff.
But the court held that the Supremacy Clause did not protect him because he was not carrying out a federal duty, and his actions were neither necessary nor proper to enforce federal law. The court found that Battle had a personal motive to stick up for himself instead of by desire to perform his governmental duties. But this particular case is different because the agent was on duty, apparently and arguably enforcing immigration law in the neighborhood, which drew
apparently and arguably. Oh, okay.
A crowd. And the video and witness statements indicate that the ICE agent got into a verbal argument with Good and her wife before he opened fire. And you can see in the video...
What argument did that ICE agent get into with him? He didn't get... Not on any video we've seen has he gotten into an argument. But that may be from before the video. But that still doesn't matter. There's nothing to indicate that has anything to do with what happens next. But what does is the driving forward of the car.
It shows the agent trying to film their license plate. Good's wife said, "We don't change our plates every morning. It'll be the same tomorrow." She then tries to get back in the car. And we know that CBP and ICE agents are now photographing and scanning people.
She doesn't say tomorrow. She says, when you come find us later. Be precise, Devin.
People they encounter to add to their various databases. But was the shooting necessary and proper to the governmental functions? Well, it depends on what level of abstraction you're talking about.
The governmental function of protecting people from a speeding vehicle, I mean, maybe.
Clearly, he's part of a general ICE operation, but then if you dig into the specifics of actually firing the weapon, that analysis might dovetail with the self-defense analysis that we already talked about. And the Supreme Court hasn't decided a Supremacy Clause immunity case in more than 100 years. So where does that leave us? Well, with a two-part test articulated in the Nagel case.
Yeah, they haven't argued this in 100 years. You know why? Because the feds always win.
Whether the agent's acts were A, authorized by federal law, and B, necessary and proper. And on the first prong, courts disagree about what degree of authorization is necessary. And the second prong evaluates the agent's reasonableness, but courts seemingly don't agree with each other on whether the use is a subjective or objective standard. In the case Wyoming versus Livingston, the 10th...
Why don't you look up the 8th Circuit standard? Because that's where it would be, you fucking dope.
Circuit reviewed whether federal officials and a contractor could be prosecuted under state law for trespass and littering after they unintentionally entered private land while capturing and collaring wolves as part of a federal wildlife program. The defendants transferred these state charges to federal court and argued they were immune under the Supremacy Clause because they were performing their federal duties. The appeals court held that they were entitled to Supremacy Clause immunity, meaning the state of Wyoming could not criminally prosecute them for actions taken in the course of federally authorized work. The court reasoned that federal law imposes an obligation on the agents to monitor wolves and that the agents had an objectively reasonable and well-founded belief that their actions were necessary to fulfill their federal duty.
I guess ICE agents have a federal mandate to monitor fatzos in Honda Pilots,
even though they were not authorized to trespass. Now, many people on social media will insist that Minnesota authorities can charge Ross with murder based on the video alone, but Minnesota officials will have to consider all of these factors before making a charging decision, and they'll also have to gather a huge amount of evidence. And if they do charge Mr. Ross with a crime, he'll obviously seek to remove...
So to make the charge, they have to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't entitled to the defense claim. It's not, they don't have to be able to prove the murder itself. Like, I mean, that they can prove the shooting, he shot. Be a pretty hard argument to say that he didn't shoot her, right? Like, but it goes beyond that.
Move that to federal court, and then they will battle over Supremacy Clause immunity. But to that end, the Hennepin DA wants people to send in videos.
They won't just battle over supremacy. I mean, they'll battle over Supremacy Clause immunity. And if they lose immunity, he still has an excellent defense position.
And photos of the killing to their office so that they can develop an independent body of evidence. It appears the FBI took shell casings, car, and other physical evidence that they would normally use to prove how the crime occurred, But it's not clear that the FBI will turn that evidence over to the state. And you'd hope that the federal government would cooperate with the investigation, but so far it looks like
one of the problems that the state of Minnesota is going to have, they don't have any evidence from the crime scene, which means they can't prove that the 3 bullets fired are the cause of death. Like, not with physical evidence, they'd have to do it with circumstantial evidence. They can try, but no, everybody assumes that now. We all say it. We don't actually know. And if the BCA doesn't have the ability to prove how the woman was killed and then link that specifically to the agent, if they have no evidence that his gun fired a bullet that entered her and killed her, what are we doing?
Trump administration will do everything it can to stymie it.
Like
but since murder has no statute of limitations, it's possible a future administration could still seek to hold Mr. Ross liable for the killing of Miss Good. But that's assuming that Trump doesn't issue a preemptive pardon for Mr. Ross before leaving office. Though, ironically, a federal pardon wouldn't stop a state prosecution. But then we go back to federal immunity questions.
Yeah, Cyborg Valkyrie, the FBI they have all of the evidence, and they have taken over the investigation, shut out Minnesota law enforcement agencies. So, like, again, if they can't prove the bullets went into her head. I know it seems weird because, like, oh, well, that seems obvious. But what if you don't have a coroner's report proving that bullets went into her head at all? Like, what do you got? You could say maybe the firing of the gun spooked her and then she crashed into the car and she died from the impact. But you can't prove that either. If you don't have access to any of the evidence, you just have these events that happen on video in a body, and you have a bunch of assumptions and nothing physical to put them to.
But even if the Trump administration obstructs the state's access to evidence, the video footage may already be enough to secure conviction. It's certainly not an easy case. It never is when you're trying to prosecute a putative law enforcement officer, but sometimes it's worth the risk. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week...
Here's this ad for the rest of it. Look, I mean, like always, every single time I watch anything important that he's talking about, he's incorrect. It just every time, just all of it. He doesn't have any grasp on this stuff. It's likely put together by interns. He doesn't seem to do the work. He gets a script provided to him. That's fine. It's just bullshit, and I hate it. And his political bias has become so obviously apparent in all of these things, and it really colors his analysis. Having political bias be obvious is fine. Pretending that your analysis is immune to it is silly. But hey, that's the way it goes. I hate his videos. I hate his channel. Like, I don't really fucking care about him. But, I said I would go through it. Now I'm regretting that I spent the time because I am tired. With that, guys, we're going to wrap up. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a really long show, but I appreciate having you here. I hope you enjoyed it. Hit like on your way out if you have not yet done so. And we will have another show tomorrow. I've been meaning to start the deposition of Lynette Preston in the What the Hales case to watch because I think it'll be funny, and we might need something funny here. But this issue has kind of overtaken my brain, so it's overtaken my channel. But we'll see what we can do about it. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Thank you for everybody who sent gifted memberships, got your memberships, and sent chats and all that stuff. I really appreciate it. See you tomorrow. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag of bow, more of that bright. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea, post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the love of